We're going to call the meeting to order. The invocation and pledge will be done by Captain Stephen Lujan. Would you stand? And he will do the pledge and the prayer as well. Thank you.
Let's bow and pray. Heavenly Father, Lord, we're thankful for today. Father, we're thankful for the opportunity to come together as a community and to make decisions. Father, I pray that the meeting here tonight honors and glorifies your name. Father, we hold up Jeff Reese to you and his family and what they're going through, what they've been through and what they're going through now. Father, I just pray that you'll give them peace and understanding and just that they feel the love from the community that Jeff has been a part of for many years. We just pray for comfort and peace for the family as they go through the difficult time. Father, I pray for just our city, our state, our country, Father, as we just we're in difficult times. I pray that we are a community and a country that turns to you, and because that's what we need, Lord. People need heart change, and they need you to be a part of their lives. We just pray over this meeting tonight, Father, that it just everything done is peaceful and glorifies your name, and just be with all the decisions being made tonight. We love you. We praise you. We thankful for your Son who died on the cross for us. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Captain Stephen Lujan has been with the he's been a Carroll County resident since he was 10 years old. He graduated from the University of West Georgia in the spring of 2006, where he earned a Bachelor's of Science degree in criminology. During his college years, he worked at West Georgia National Bank here in Villa Rica. After graduating from UWG, he was hired at the Villa Rica Police Department on September 26, 2006. Captain Lujan has served in the patrol division his entire career. This included 13 years on night shift. He has held the rank of officer, corporal, sergeant, lieutenant, and now captain. During his years of service, Captain Lujan has obtained his intermediate supervision, management, and instructor certifications. He is a member of West Hills Church in Villa Rica. He enjoys all outdoor activities, including hunting and fishing, and his favorite thing is to be a good uncle to his nephew, Weston, and his niece, Molly Jane. Thank you. Okay, we're going to move on to ceremonial presentations, and the first one I'm going to do is the recognition of Domestic Violence Awareness Month. And if this is not something that you have experienced personally, that somebody knows somebody. Every one of us knows someone who has experienced domestic violence, and I'm grateful for Tima to be here this evening. I'm going to read this, and then if you'll come up, we'll get a picture, and I'll present you with the proclamation. Okay. And you want to say a word or two? I think so. Take advantage of this time. Okay. The city of Villa Rica and, I'm sorry, let's not give you the principal award. Looks the same. Millions of Americans face physical and emotional abuse at the hands of their significant other each year. And whereas domestic violence, defined as abusive behavior in a personal relationship and in a lifetime, 1 in 4 women and 1 in 7 men experience severe violence at the hands of an intimate partner, and whereas these crimes violate an individual's privacy, dignity, security, and humanity, making it all the more important for state, local, and community partners to work to eliminate this type of abuse and to provide necessary services, including emergency shelters, advocacy education, awareness, and resources to ensure that all victims are empowered to achieve self-sufficiency. And whereas domestic violence can affect anyone regardless of age, race, gender, or socioeconomic status, leaving an impact on thousands of individuals and families across Georgia over the years. And whereas organizations across Georgia are working to end domestic violence and provide the support survivors need to find their voice, while law enforcement remains committed to ensuring justice is served to individuals who harm those who trust them. Now, therefore, I, Leslie McPherson, Mayor of the City of Villa Rica, Georgia, do hereby proclaim October 2024 as Domestic Violence Awareness Month in Villa Rica. How would you like it?
Center
Okay,
yourself
get
right
right
here.
in the middle, okay. You want us to hold this way?
Yes.
You're in charge.
One, two, three. This way.
Thank you, Mayor McPherson, for acknowledging this and raising awareness, as well as the council members. It's been a long time coming. My name is Tima Humphreys. I'm a survivor of family domestic violence and childhood sexual abuse, and lived in a relationship for 23 years. I was never educated on the subject at all. And then I left and had to use our resources in our community. And in the state of Georgia, there are 159 counties, and there are less than 60 state-funded domestic violence shelters. So I used my crime victims compensation money, my time, and my resources since 2016, and I founded Community Family Violence Prevention Initiative. Domestic violence, as you can see by the numbers that are in the proclamation, we're all impacted by it. It is the most prevalent crime in our communities. And victims, like myself, did not know that the primary aggressor of that crime should be removed from the house, not the victim and their children. So that is my platform, is prevention education, working with officers and police departments, law enforcement, and judicial systems throughout our state, as well as our nation. We've had opportunity to be before some great organizations and provide them with the education that they were lacking to support victims, survivors, and those on the front lines, and those who serve them. And all of the proceeds from our organization, no one takes a salary, and all of the proceeds serve victims in West Georgia, including Villa Rica. So I appreciate, again, council members and Mayor McPherson. Thank you so much.
Next, we have a Distinguished Service Award, and I'll mention, while this is for a particular commission, this same individual received Volunteer of the Year at our Volunteer Awards banquet. And this award will be presented to John Hannaback in honor and with deep appreciation of the distinguished and unselfish service given to the city while serving with outstanding leadership, vision, and ability on the Planning and Zoning Commission for the city of Villa Rica. Come on up, John. And the veterans group too. He's still serving. Come on in on the center here. We'll hold on to one second. It's not quite like they train. Might have been more efficient for me to bring everything down and do it all from there with the microphone. This is also National Principal Month. Now, I might be a little biased based on where my grandson goes. Oh, okay, can I come back and do that since I'm already started on this? Come back? Thanks, guys. Whereas the City of Villa Rica and Carroll County Schools are celebrating October 2024 as National Principals Month, and whereas the vision, dedication, and determination of a principal provides a motivating force behind school effort, and whereas principals are expected to be educational visionary leaders, instructional leaders, assessment experts, disciplinarians, community builders, public relation experts, budget analysis, I'm not done, facility managers, special program iterators? That's a new one for me. And guardians of various legal, contractual, and policy mandates and initiatives, as well as being entrusted with our young people, our most valuable asset. And whereas principals set the academic tone for their schools and work collaboratively with teachers to develop and maintain rigorous academic and curricular goals, develop mission statements, and set performance goals and objectives for schools to achieve educational excellence. And whereas principals work tirelessly in our community to maintain academic integrity and accountability, to ensure a safe and productive learning environment, and to encourage and facilitate teachers and parents' efforts to make a positive difference in the lives of young people. And whereas in celebration of National Principals Month, the City of Villa Rica honors elementary, middle, and high school principals who have succeeded in providing high-quality learning opportunities for students, as well as exemplary contributions to the profession. Therefore, I, Leslie McPherson, Mayor of the City of Villa Rica, Georgia, do hereby proclaim October 2024 as National Principals Month in Villa Rica. And Ms. Brown is here to receive it on behalf of the principals.
Thank you all for acknowledging National Principals Month. We are blessed in the cluster of Villa Rica with amazing principals. So on behalf of Dr. Mike Badowski, principal at Villa Rica High School, Mr. Scott Long, principal at Bay Springs, Ms. Samantha Green, principal at Villa Rica Middle, Ms. Troy Ann Parham Stevens at Sandhill, Mr. Michael Browning at Ithaca, Ms. Allison Lyle at Villa Rica Elementary, and myself, who has the pleasure of serving Blanton Heinzman Elementary. Thank you for your support of public education, the Villa Rica cluster, and Carroll County schools. Our favorite job is loving kids and educating them, and we certainly appreciate your support.
Teresa, I failed to give John an opportunity, and he would like to say a few words.
I hope this works. I've seen this microphone used so many times on public comments, and when you're watching at home, you can't hear what people are saying. So I hope this works at any rate. I just wanted to make a few comments. I have served in planning and zoning for, I don't even know how many years, 12, 14 years. And it's been a privilege to serve the city of Villa Rica. But there are so many other things that I feel that I could do still. I don't want to be on another board or another commission, but there are still things that I think I can contribute to the city, as there are many of other people like me. Dennis McFadden, for instance, Dennis Brown, Bill Johnson, others in the community who would be willing to do something for the city. I attend the joint committee, the joint board committee as a public representative, but I could do something on that committee. there are other things. I have a background in reading resumes and helping write resumes. I could review incoming applications for whatever. So, but there are just so many things that other people can do if we were asked. So I would encourage the city to reach out to other people and get them involved. Again, it doesn't have to be on a board, doesn't have to be on a commission, but there are many things that we can contribute to. So I would welcome the city to consider those kinds of things because there's things that can be done. So thank you very much. I appreciate the award. Thank you, the council and Leslie. So, but get involved, people.
Thank you, John. Villa Rica Police Officer recognition, because we have 3 officers who have received the Mad Mothers Against Drunk Driving Awards for their DUI enforcement efforts during the 2023 calendar year. Chief?
Thank you, Mayor. We're here to recognize 3 officers for their enforcement of DUI enforcement. This is something that I take to the heart, especially because I was a traffic officer for 10 years in Carrollton, and my specialty was working DUIs. And I worked a lot of bad accidents where people were hurt. I had a friend just graduated high school, was hit by a drunk driver, was in a coma for like 12 weeks, never did completely recover from that. And so that's what made me such a hard officer on DUI enforcement. And so I'm very proud of our officers that they take that seriously, and they are working hard to make those DUI arrests. And the main thing is you get them off the road, but also they do a good job with the case so it's prosecutable and we can keep these people from driving again or whatever to help stop it from hurting other people. So first off, we have Jacob Early. This is a Golden Shield Honors Villa Rica Police Department 30 DUI arrests last year in recognition of your outstanding commitment to highway safety in Georgia. Thank you for your dedication and partnership in fulfilling MAD's mission. Second, we have Corporal David Kano, 32 DUI arrests. And last, we have Corporal Austin Massey, 52 DUI arrests.
I was going to hand you this, Chief, but now he's not as tall.
He's not as tall. Y'all want to get a picture of all 3 of them? You can take a picture of all 3 of them because we want to see this man.
It's under here. Needs to go. Oops.
Thanks, guys.
Okay, the adoption of the agenda. Are there any amendments to the agenda? I know, I figured. We had,
I think there was a consensus for someone to make a motion to table item C1.
it's the right turn right out, so I'll entertain a motion to table item C1.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor? Any opposed?
Then I'll move to adopt the agenda as amended.
Motion to adopt the agenda.
Second.
All in favor? Any opposed? Okay. The one item that we did table has to do with, we have high hopes that GDOT may assist us in a way to put in that turn lane that we need on Highway 78, which is a state highway.
Mayor, we tabled
we
that to
have
the
a-
November meeting. I don't know, did the motion include that?
Pardon?
To the November meeting, right? We tabled that.
Oh, was it specifically stated tabled to the November meeting?
No, but I will state it to the November
Okay.
meeting.
All in favor? Any opposed? Okay, specifically to November.
Unanimous.
All right, we're going to move to public comment. Do I have a sign-up sheet? Oh, okay. While she's getting that, I will be calling on those individuals first that are on the sign-up sheet. Anyone additional wishing to speak who did not sign up will be given to an opportunity as well. You can come to the podium. Please state your name and address for the record. Each individual will be given 3 minutes to speak. Those addressing the mayor and council may feel free to speak openly on the matter that you wish to bring to our attention, but we do ask that you do so in a respectful manner, refraining from any uncivil discourse. As an elected body, we do not typically engage at that time in debate or question and answer. During the comments, this is your time. However, if your questions or your concerns necessitate a response from the staff level, I'll be happy to have the city manager or the appropriate staff person contact you in a reasonable time frame within the next few business days. As your elected officials, we do value the opportunity to hear from citizens who have a vested interest in the city. Peg Taylor?
Hello, I'm Peg Taylor, 2120 Osprey Cove. So I have a couple comments. We're getting pretty crowded in here, so I was wondering if you all had considered another venue for holding your council meetings. Number two, I spoke about this, I think, 2 months ago, that left-hand turn off of Mirror Lake Boulevard where people can go by Wendy's to go into that parking lot, or they can go to the light and turn left. I would like to see if we could get some type of way to close that off so that they have to go to the light to turn left. And then also, more importantly, when you're leaving the public shopping center at that light, it would be good if that could be a timed light, because what's happening is if you're trying to leave Mirror Lake from Shoreline and you need to go left or straight, it's hard to see some of the cars that are coming up, and I'm just hoping you can maybe put a timed light there. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Stacy Chris, might have to. Okay. Rosalind McDonald. Right, okay. Valerie Rivera. Okay, some are for the hearing. Pam White.
Good evening, Pam White, 102 Anderson Road. Just to give a brief update about our Anderson, Cleghorn, and Darden Street area. Thus far, we continue to be at a standstill, and until some type of agreement, solid agreement is made, that's where we stand with that. There's nothing that we can update our community on because we have nothing to update. But we would like to make it clear that our community is under no obligation to prevent the city of Villa Rica from litigation due to their negligence of promising land they have never owned to developers. Out of respect, we ask that the city acknowledge their wrongdoings so that it's clear to the citizens of Villa Rica that we're not in this situation because of any actions we've taken. It's on the city. All that was on council and Mayor McPherson that was on council at the time, with the exception of Stephanie Warma. They admitted several times that they, didn't really give any regards to what they were signing. So that's a form of negligence, and it's not acceptable. Mayor Leslie McPherson, you have absolutely no right to question meetings that our coalition have with Jeff as we try to navigate with Jeff. You don't have a right to ask us questions about why we're just 2 or 3 of us are meeting with him. That's what he set up with us. So when you have your sneaky meetings with a couple of people from our community and try to put it to them as if we're having meetings behind their back, that's not appreciated, and it causes division. We don't need that. Our community have thrived to our liking without anything that the city was supposed to have been done for us. We thrived. We didn't bother nobody. We didn't ask them. We didn't bother anybody for anything. But we do want what the city is supposed, that they're obligated to do for us. So, we're woke now. So now we're going to want everything that's due to us, being that we are tax-paying citizens. It would also be helpful to us in our community that when the council is trying to explain things that we don't quite understand, that maybe you not interrupt them so that we can get a clear understanding as to what you all are voting and what's presented before us. I want to make it clear also, we're not using you as a punching bag, but we're trying to get out of something that would affect our livelihood from here on out. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Joel Cranford? Crawford.
Good evening.
Evening.
Gotta get my paper out.
Name and address for the record.
340 Boulevard, Joel Crawford. I am a volunteer with the Villa Rica Main Street program. In fact, this year I was voted as president of the advisory board. I'm going to use all of my 3 minutes to give you a little rundown of what has been going on in our program, a state of the Main Street, if you will. You'll have to pardon my use of my written notes, but if you've ever seen me performing my duties on stage for the organization, there's a high likelihood that I would be, at this point, going over a sweet potato pie recipe or leading you in some sort of sing-along. As the council and mayor know, the city Main Street program is tasked with small business development, leveraging private investment, increasing tourism, and providing a positive roadmap to public-private partnerships. We do that by outreach to prospective restaurateurs, shop owners, local businesses, and corporate sponsors that help make our downtown hub of the city. We do this in a number of ways. We provide grants for downtown businesses, invest in beautification, but you'll likely know us best for our many events that we plan and do around the city. Concerts, festivals, parades are the easiest ones to take notice of, but even tomorrow, the good mayor will be our keynote speaker at the Leadership Luncheon. We do this important work with the help of a small army of volunteers, private donations, corporate sponsorship, and the good graces and funding of this council. With that said, I'd like to report that we've had a great year. Our full season of free concerts alone brought in the downtown over 14,000 people, which in turn brought in tens of thousands of spent dollars. Retail, dining spending those times. We facilitated thousands of dollars in grants to help with the restoration of the downtown. We partnered with the hardworking city grounds crews and the city officers on things like the flower beds and even new flower installations this year. During Gold Rush, we pulled off the largest parade Villa Rica has ever had. Launched an amazing, successful promotion where people flooded downtown businesses looking for gold bars. Highly successful. And hosted the hometown favorites, the Velcro Pygmies, at our last free concert of the season. I say this all because I'd like to mention that, well, I'll see you next month.
Thank you. I appreciate that. All right. Jeremy Brown.
Jeremy Brown, 102 Anderson Road. Good evening, everybody. Mayor McPherson, there were a lot of people that voted for you in spite of the negative things that we had been told about you, or in spite of people saying that you were no more different than the last mayor. And in good faith, we voted for you because we were hoping that you were going to be the difference and the change that we needed in Villa Rica. I always told everybody, everybody that had something to say, I always said, let's give her the opportunity to show us that she is not what they say, she is, or the type of person that let's see what she stands on and what she believes in. And I'm going to be honest, I'm a little disappointed. As someone that usually just sits out and just looks and watch, I listen, and I'm very disappointed. I'm disappointed in quite a few of you, but you're the leader, you're the head, you're the mayor of the city of Villa Rica, so I have to hold you to a higher standard. And people are facing real life issues. People can't. The cost of living has skyrocketed. People can't afford gas. They can't afford groceries. People are just trying to remain sane. They're trying to protect their mental health. And the last thing they need to worry about is if people that they have elected to serve and represent them are making judgments that benefit them, that are on their behalf, good on their behalf. And we don't even know if when we send our kids to school, if they're going to make it home safe. Like, y'all, we have bigger fish to fry than to worry about if we're going to lose our homes. Like, let's be serious. Do what you were elected to do. Listen to the people that elected you. Like, it's crazy. We come to every meeting, y'all, and we say a prayer. We open up in prayer, and we pledge allegiance to a flag, when what we should really be pledging allegiance to is the Word of God. My pastor always says, after prayer, after reading of the Word, may God add a blessing to the reader, the hearer, and the doer of His Word. I just want that to marinate with y'all. Y'all have a good evening.
Thank you, sir. Alita Farmer.
Good evening. My name is Alita Dobbs Farmer, representing 216 Anderson Road. I'm standing before the council this evening just to encourage you all to take a hard look at the constituents from all wards here tonight to represent us. Not only what you think we want, but to ask us what we want. I know that a lot of you on this council have seen videos from previous administration where they were dealing with our community. And I hope that what you learn from that was that it was shameful to approach people that way about their property. I'm asking you to treat us with the same respect that you treat everyone in the city of Villa Rica. We use this statement, you may see on our t-shirts or you may see us quoting on our website, we are VR2. The reason we put that out there is because not only do we live in Villa Rica, we are invested in Villa Rica. I went to school all the way from primary, it was called primary, Glenn Heisman was primary school. I went from all the way from primary and graduated from Villa Rica High School. I am invested in this community, but I need the city of Villa Rica to be invested in not only myself, but everyone that's in here. And I ask you all to take a hard look at these choices and decisions you're making on behalf of these citizens that's sitting out here. There have been a lot of times that I've sat here month after month listening to you talk about and vote on things that it's clear that you may not even have read anything about it, that you seem to not know what's going on. And it's not comforting for me to know that I have people sitting up here making decisions about, you know, the budget, our housing, our roads, our safety. So just please take heed to your position.
Thank you, ma'am. Doug Lang.
Doug Lang, 262 South Carroll Road. Subject is Villa Rica Parkway, and I'm sorry to say that I think this has probably been about a year that we're all talking about this. So I'm just going to read it to make sure I try and get through this. When I first learned of the city's plans to build what I'm calling, just going to refer to as the road, I guess the Villa Rica Parkway Mirror Lake Connector, I was 100% against it. Certainly coming down Connors Road to Bankhead Highway gets you downtown quick enough, so why spend millions of dollars to save 1 minute of travel time? However, city officials, past and present, kept telling me over and over again that the road was a requirement of the contract between the city of Villa Rica and Fuqua Development LLC, and if we did not build it, the city could be sued. Then I received a copy of the Fuqua contract through an open records request, and from what I can see, there is absolutely no requirement whatsoever for a quote-unquote new road in the contract. The contract very simply states, and I'm quoting, "The city shall construct the roundabout and the connector from the roundabout to Veterans Memorial Highway." By the way, for those of you that may not be aware, the intended location of the roundabout is where the current portion of the connector dead ends into Cleghorn Road. Meaning, Cleghorn Road, as it sits today, already completes the portion of the connector that the city is responsible for, as it currently joins the Fuqua-built portion of the connector to Veterans Memorial Highway as required in the contract. Meaning, we're done. Our contractual obligations have been met and millions of dollars have been saved. Except now the city is considering closing the railroad crossing at Cleghorn, building a cul-de-sac, and making Cleghorn a dead end at Highway 78, actually closing it off to through traffic. In doing so, this would literally force the city to build a new road because they ruined the one we already had for free. So rhetorically, I ask, who would shoot themselves in the foot like this? Who would be foolish enough to vote for such a thing? And who would be foolish enough to spend millions of dollars unnecessarily? Please, I mean, a year is just inexcusable as to why this is going on. I just don't understand it, and you guys must know something that we don't know or that you're not sharing with us. Thank you.
Thank you. Mary or Marcy Edwards? For the hearing, maybe? Greg Roberts?
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Greg Roberts, 2142 Brookdale Street. As bad as I hate to tell you, I'm really not too involved in what the gentleman was just talking about, but I actually do not disagree with anything he said. I probably support his position on that more than you might know, and I drive through that new road back around this way. That's how I come here tonight. But I could have got here just as well before. So if everything he said is correct, I can't say it is. I can't say it is. But I'm trying to be in your favor. You're trying to talk me off of it. But I'm saying if whatever he said is right, I'm in his corner on that, and whoever else is in that corner. I don't agree with that. I think it's probably a waste of money. But that I didn't come up here to say that. So I'm going to repeat what I have said before up here, probably almost word for word last month. As a citizen, and today I listened in on my laptop, and it was almost a repeat of last month, this council meeting, where you have items, and it was less items today than last month. It seemed like it wasn't a heavy agenda, but it still took 3.5 hours. So it feels like you guys as a council you either are not getting the information or you're not getting the information. So, for example, the Connors Road thing, it's not I promise you, it's not meant to be criticism. But it seemed like nobody in the room, just me watching on YouTube, nobody in the room really knew what was going on the Connors Road item that'll be discussed here shortly. So I won't jump all over that one. I don't have a whole lot of opinion on that item other than it looks like somebody's trying to pack a team of elephants on a little tiny little lot. He's trying to get as much as he can on a lot. And so I'm probably impacted by that, but I don't have much opinion if it's zoned for what he's trying to do. I figure you're hard pressed to stop him, but it was just a little concerning to me that there was a lot of conversation and not a lot of answers on that topic. That should be cleared up before it gets here. So wherever that disconnect is, there is a disconnect. I mentioned that last month in a different way. I'll come back and say it in a different way next month. Somebody's got to fix the disconnect on the information for your items. If the information's not there, it shouldn't even be on the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. Brent Pendrek? Okay. Nick Patel? Is it Nick? Okay. Rita Davis? Okay. Michael, is it Adam? Later, okay. Bill Awalt? Awalt, sorry, Bill. Long A.
Bill Awalt, 301 Villa Trace in Billerica, Georgia. Mine concerns the
Move the mic, yeah.
Bill Awalt.
There you go.
301 Villa Trace, Billerica, Georgia. Mine concerns the two variances requested by Prime Construction for proposed private townhome development located on Villa Trace. I live on Villa Trace. The project will be right across the street from me. I'm familiar with that lot. Been living there 30 plus years. I'll just read this that came to me from a certified letter, and this is just part of it, okay? And it's kind of crowded. A buffered creek runs right through the middle of the parcel with a floodplain located on the north end, and due to the creek buffers and setbacks as well as a challenged topography, and a majority of this parcel is undevelopable. Okay, well, when you look at the plan, the one that they sent me, if you sit down and look at the square footage and whatnot, if they've got it either at half or a little bit more developed. Okay, this is a little sensitive area right here. Notice I said there was a floodplain on one end. It's crowded. It's 13 acres. They're going to be putting 67 units in there. Okay, now on top of that, the creek that runs through the middle right now at this point is full of silt. There's little or no percolation in all the holes that they've gone through and dug to look for rocks and whatnot. The land adjacent to that that's being developed right now, they use dynamite and everything else to break up all the rocks there. So they were looking for rocks here. All right. There's still water in the holes that they dug for all that. So there's no percolation there. They'll have to do a lot of land prep. And that's why I'm saying it's very sensitive there. So they got a small amount of land to work with. So they've got to do a lot of prep work. And one of their shortcuts, and I do think it's a shortcut, is they're going to cut 28 driveways. They're going to cut the curb where it goes directly into our drive, into our road into Villa Trace. Okay, there's 18 to 20 houses past me that'll have to go by this 800. It'll end up being 800 feet of open driveways. Okay, it'll be like a parking lot, back and forth, back and forth, back and. People can't turn around. They'll have to back out of their driveways. That's a public, and that's a safety hazard. Okay, and it just changes the complete character of our neighborhood by seeing, townhouses there. Although it's zoned for that. Yeah, sorry, a lot more I can say.
That's okay. Thank you, sir. Jennifer Awalt.
Jennifer Awalt, 301 Villa Trace, Villa Rica, Georgia. I'm commenting on the same issue that my husband just commented on. We came to the planning session for this a couple weeks ago, 2 or 3 weeks ago, and thinking we were going to get to have some discussion on this, but the people on the committee did not feel it was important enough to show up, or we were important enough for them to come, so it was postponed to this meeting. So here we are. A lot of people in our neighborhood felt the same way and did not come back. They felt like nobody's going to listen to us, nobody cares about us, so we just won't go. But the issue with what they're doing in the neighborhood, I've lived there, well, Bill and I have been there for over 30 years, but about 38 years ago, there was another developer that came in. They wanted to take that land and stick apartments all over the place. And we fought it, we got an attorney, we fought it, and we won. They said there's just too much traffic, we're close to the school, getting into Highway 78 is impossible as it is, and that was 38 years ago. I guess money talks, because now here we are back, and they're already building about 200 townhomes behind Dollar General, right off Villa Trace. They will have to use Villa Trace, our neighborhood, to get out into Highway 78, along with the school traffic, along with the 40 houses that are in our neighborhood. They're already in the process of that, so we've got to live with that. We didn't know about that in time to fight it, but we've got to live with that, and now they're proposing another 67 townhomes right in our subdivision, right across the street from us, on land that we were told 30 years ago that could not be developed due to the rocks and due to the creek and the issues with that. Also, they couldn't do it because of dynamite. Well, I guess money talks again, because now for about the past year we've suffered dynamite going off all during the day, and our windows are rattling, and our house is, feels a little unstable now. But through a year we had dynamite going off all the time to build what they are now building. And the traffic, somebody's going to get hurt. There are children in the neighborhood that walk to school, and what's going on now we can't do anything about, but hopefully we can do something about another 67 units going right in the neighborhood. It's a safety hazard for the children, and it's a safety hazard for it's a safety hazard and inconvenience, a big inconvenience for those people trying to get out into 78 every morning, because there's only one entrance into our neighborhood, and that's Villa Trace. These 200 units that are being built, the only way they can get out is through Villa Trace every morning, right at 78, right where the school is. So it's going to be a problem, and we just want somebody to hear our voices and realize that is a problem, and that maybe it's nothing that we can do about it now, but we wanted you to know about it. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Wayne, I can't quite make out your last name. I don't, okay. Horace Ridley? Amy McCoy? There's one before that, but it looks like it got scribbled out because there's no phone number or anything else, so. Okay. If by any chance I miss you and you're on here, because this one looks like they lined through it, we'll still allow you at the end to come up.
Good evening, Amy McCoy at 9938 Ashton Old Road in the neighboring county, Douglas County. Now, as a before I speak up, how many are here for the Cleghorn Anderson community? Please stand as they are able. You're damn right. We showed up today. As residents of the Cleghorn Anderson community, we have waited patiently and have given the city of Villa Rica ample time to address. However, despite spending hundreds of thousands of dollars on plans, videos, showcasing your vision, you have chosen to ignore the voices of the residents. You make the most in decisions that affect this community, and yet have given no empathy to who it is impacting. We have sat by while you've pretended to be unaware of what is happening. Even as your city manager, who is the interim city manager, and we appreciate you, Diana, just coming in, so this is not at you. Just like as Stephanie Warmoth, you're new to this council. But we've watched even the current interim city manager complain about saying he had no idea, but yet he was the mayor when this road was first constructed. Even was the mayor when you guys decided to change the charter as another deceitful way. You guys play an integral role in the initial planning of this road and leading into this community because, again, he was once the mayor. That's why you knew who to contact to put in this position. My intention has never been to be adversarial. I sought to build a bridge of communication between the city and its residents, a bridge you failed to create through your negligence and lack of transparency. Many of our community feel that the city has developed a sense of entitlement where officials feel it is acceptable to walk onto private property without permission and making unsolicited calls at any hour of the day, pressuring residents to sell when they have told you repeatedly that these tactics are unwelcomed and unwanted. Let me be very clear. As a housing advocate, I do not need to make false claims about poisoning of water. I do not need to make false claims of infrastructure neglect. I do not need to make false claims about poor governance. Everyone has eyes and they can see for themselves. Since June 11th, we have repeatedly asked for updates on the quality of water. Last month, we asked for accountability in the tax-paid funds that were given to Carol Tomorrow, still nothing. I have asked for the RFP for those awarding for that new lift station that awarded over $1 million on the August 10th, still nothing. I do appreciate, however, you have put up the closed bids, but still nothing is showing current. But I'm sure there are some RFPs that need to be fulfilled. To this day, we have received nothing. We have asked for town hall meetings, time and time again. City officials, each decision, each delay, and each evasion of accountability moves us further away from the trust and resolution. The people of this community deserve answers. We deserve transparency. We deserve action, not empty promises or carefully crafted PR campaigns. It's time to stop pretending and start addressing the real issues, as stated by a resident.
Thank you, ma'am.
Residents demand to be informed and will no longer accept being sidelined while the community is affected by the decisions you make behind closed doors. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Emmanuel, is it Mincy? Okay.
Emmanuel Mincy, 259 South Carroll Road, Villa Rica, Georgia, 30180.
Oh, you can go ahead.
And I like to let 10 seconds pass before I start speaking.
Oh, okay.
Thank you, Don. Yeah, so it seems like a lot of people are asking for like transparency, comprehension. And when you go through like the last year of City Hall meetings, especially the ones that are recorded online, you guys have a lot of just the video itself, which is cool for anybody who has the time to go through 4 or 5 hours. But for me, what I found, because I never like to ask people to do something that I can figure out how to do for myself, thus leaving the power in my hands, the way that you can go about summarizing a lot of what's going on. For me, I've created a page specifically to summarize these meetings because, again, I'm not going to go through 4 hours every time I need to find something specific. And the page itself takes the key points of the meetings and some of the key, let's say, the vocabulary that was said and broken down. It basically breaks it into layman's terms because a lot of what y'all say isn't really comprehensible for everybody, especially when it comes down to the lawyer talk, the regulations, and everything. So, and it was actually after the meeting earlier today, because I'm only here like maybe 4 or 5 months in Villa Rica at a time, because I work on the road a lot. So when I'm watching the meetings and I keep hearing the same things being repeated over and over again at each meeting, and there's not really a record, how should I say, not really a visible record for the public to kind of see that there's been no progress or there's been progress on things. It kind of makes me worry, but it also, I see it as an opportunity. What did we say earlier? An opportunity for innovation, I believe it was used, to kind of solve that problem. So now that's basically what I just wanted to say is just, if we're asking for transparency, if we're asking for the visual progress of things and just a breakdown of the terminology so that we all know what you guys are saying and doesn't come off as sneaky, even though a lot of it may be sneaky, then it just kind of assists with that. That's just a tool I'm creating. So I just wanted to let y'all know that as well. Emmanuel Mincy.
Thank you, sir. Jackie Childress.
Do you really want to ask him? I can ask him.
Might be a little advertisement, but do you want to share the name of your page?
Okay.
I know all those acronyms will drive you crazy. Yeah, okay. Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Jackie Childress, 1050 West Highway 78. I attended the planning meeting this afternoon, and I have to tell you that I'm very disappointed, and that you sat there as our leaders, and a situation was brought before you about a liquor store that's proposed to be built, and that was not the issue. The issue was the rezoning of that. And as you stated, and I shouldn't have to remind you of this, that you would hope the integrity of the developer would revisit his request for this. It then came to light through our city attorney that you've already voted for this, that you voted for this back in September of 23, which I have to remind you, you didn't even remember that you voted on it. I find this appalling. I find it unacceptable. And we do not accept this type of commitment from you. We expect more of you. We have a right to have you stand on the platforms that you said you would stand on, which is to stand for the people. We have strummed our fingers at Tanner Healthcare by placing a liquor store in front of where our senior citizens in Connors Village live. We have got 17,000 people who have in this city alone requested help for substance abuse, alcohol abuse, mental problems. We're going to strum our fingers at them, and we're going to put a liquor store across so when they come out of requesting and seeking help, they can stand there and make a decision, and everybody has a choice of whether they're going to go with what they were told in there and what they are trying to do, or go in and buy liquor. I'm not opposed to liquor. You want to build it somewhere else, build it. But have respect for the citizens of Villa Rica to place these in the right environment. The citizens who live in the Birches still vote. They come out every morning and they look for the sunshine on their face. They try to hope for the ending of a day and to wake up the next day with some type of peace in their life. And you want them to look at the back end of a liquor store where there'll be trash thrown on the street, because it's thrown all over Villa Rica. And I'll bring somebody's name up who none of you like because of the way that he presents things, and that's Josh Evans. I will admit that his method is flawed, but I will also admit that 90% of what he tells you is factual. But yet you don't like him, so you're not going to listen to him. I've been told that you think he's Chicken Little. I understand that my time is up, but not everybody had a time, so I'm taking theirs. And you say that we have a right to speak up as citizens, but that right is thrown right back in our face by you, who we have entrusted to speak up for us and to know. When you don't even know what you've already voted on, and our city manager tells us it's a done deal, well, I did my homework. It's not a done deal. We don't want that liquor store there. We don't want one across the street from First Baptist Villa Rica Church, and we're not going to support it. Do not expect this developer to come back with integrity, because obviously he didn't have any, or he wouldn't have proposed it to begin with.
Thank you, Ms. Childress.
I know you don't want to hear what I got to say.
No, I'm trying to be fair to everybody. If I get,
You're not being fair to anyone.
some people stop right at their 3 minutes, and I'm trying to keep everybody on board. All right, that is everyone that I have on the list. However, there may be someone else who wishes to speak during this time. If it's related to a hearing that will be later, there will be a public hearing for those items. Is there anyone else that wants to speak in general for public comment that is not waiting for one of the public hearings for community development items? All right, also, if this is a transition time, oh, okay. Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon. My name is Tracy Evans. Coming in for my sister, Dolores Evans, who lives at 380 Darden Street, Villa Rica, Georgia. Now, I just would like to remind you, Mrs. McPherson, that when we talked at Alfred Wilson's funeral home, when we had that meeting there, that Miss Marchman called, I'd like to remind you that you stated to me that, and I told you that the city should not do public eminent domain on these people in this area. I live in Carrollton, but I'm from Villa Rica. And you said we would never do public domain if it's left up to me to force people out of their homes. Now we're getting grants from Norfolk Southern. I used to work for a company that worked for Norfolk Southern. So you're getting a grant. That grant comes with stipulations. Most grants do, or they come with kickbacks. So what have they promised you and the city in return? What land did they want in return? Whose property do they want in return? Now, my sister has been asked to get for her property, about 3 feet of her land, and she lives behind the creek. We know what that was for these apartments here. Believe me, all these townhomes and apartments, they're not going to do any good. They just tore some down in Carrollton, off behind Hobby Lobby. Because apartments, yep, you said we get a lot of ad valorem taxes. We go to the school, but you also get a lot of crime when people living on top of one another. And so all that money is going to go right back into hiring more police officers. So I say that these people come in these neighborhoods. You guys came today at my sister's house. She said 3 of them. And you see disgraced properties. But these people see safe homes. They've been there for centuries. They've been there forever. And they love their area. Yeah, does it need a cleanup? Yeah, some areas need a cleanup. But it's their area to clean up. It's their property to deal with. And so that's what I'm saying. And The place that road, that Mirror Lake connector to Cleghorn Street to Darden Street, there's a four-way stop sign. I've seen plenty of people. I've heard people tell me, "Oh, this works great. They don't need to try to put this back here behind Olive Tree or this works great." I've heard people say, "I have no problem going to the stop sign. I have no problem going through this area." But don't look at people's property as a disgrace. Oh yeah, we can buy this up because of the property value is not that good, so we'll get it for a steal, and then we'll make it look like we want it. What you want is not what everybody else want. What the council want may not be what everybody else wants. There's other issues. My brother, who lives across the street from Miss Shirley, has water pressure that barely trickles out of his faucets and his showers. My mom has been fighting that. She fought that before she died, years, and it's still trickling. He has no water pressure, but we're taking away from other people's property that enjoying where they live. That's all.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else that is not spoken? Yes, sir.
My name is Horace Ridley, 4255 Roadstone, neighboring Douglas County. But as a real estate agent, I've sold in Villa Rica, and I heard about the issue that just spoke about, and I just come to get information so I can be informed. And just hearing about the issue, knowing the impact, knowing the history in this country of people's lands being taken for enrichment of others is eerily similar. And I just want to encourage you guys to really think about what you're doing, because even the things I'm hearing first time here, it just sounds bad. It sounds bad. It seems like a lot of backdoor stuff is going on, and you are impacting people's lives. And you open up with a prayer, but remember, the Bible talks about the law of the harvest. You will reap what you sow. You reap what you sow. So you guys need to really consider about the decisions you're making, because somebody is watching. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else during public comment?
Valerie Rivera, Lithia Springs, Georgia. I'm a licensed realtor of 20 years in the state of Georgia, and I'm here in support of this community. I don't live here, but I'm very good friends with Vivian. Amy is one of my dear friends as well, an advocate. So I'm here and I'm listening, I'm observing, and I want to point something out to you, Mayor McPherson. You took this role as a mayor, so please do what's right for everybody in this community, not just for who you favor. Do what's right for everyone, okay? And secondly, it's a historically black community that's affected. The last I checked, anything that's historical is protected. So why are they not getting protection? Why? You should not be able to sleep at night knowing that people who purchased in that community historically, long time ago, they cannot afford to go anywhere else. I can't even afford to take any of these people out to look for another residence somewhere else because they can't afford it. Where are they going to get the money to pay for these taxes that are outrageous? Where are they going to get it? How are they going to look forward to anything in their future or pass down anything to their family? Yesterday, I took my grandson to a community, and this family told me how their great-great-grandfather acquired 500 acres, okay? They so proud to state that. So now they're down to 180 acres of land that they are now making to a farm, a pumpkin farm. We patronize it, we purchase things, but my grandbaby here is listening to this. What do we have to tell our grandkids that look like us? Okay? So we have nothing. And the other part of my family that looks like the other group of people, they have generations of wealth to pass down. But what looks like me, but not define what I'm really made of, we don't have anything to pass down. And that's a disgrace. And I think for your legacy, and because you have been confronted here tonight, make a difference. Stand up for everybody in this community. Don't just nod and look here. Please make a difference. When you go home tonight, Think about your grands and think about your memories, your great, 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 great. We are still paying 23andMe, Ancestry to dig up our legacy and the little bit of land that we've acquired along the way, our family. We want to protect that. So if you're here in this position, you're going to stay in that position, make a difference in this community. Please, don't just sit here and just listen. Be a change maker in this community. Thank you.
Anyone else for public comment during this time?
This will be interesting. So I guess a couple have things to say, I guess. We're going to start with that. We're going to address this Chicken Little issue. We're going to address that. We're going to address that Chicken Little issue, I promise you. Call it what you want. We'll see who that bear is, we'll find out. I promise you, the amount of trash, garbage, sewage, grease, chemicals that y'all are letting go into these creeks and streams, that's protected by the Clean Water Act, and I've told you. I won't say it again. The only way for me is up. Fortunately, I got the money to back me. When I was 32, I sold a company for $8 million. When I was 42, I sold one for 20. I look like this because I want to. Ain't because I have to. I live where I live because I want to. Ain't because I have to. I can pick up and leave tomorrow. I won't. See all these folks that come in here? I'm related to half of them. Yeah, chances are, if you're from Villa Rica, you related. It don't matter what race you are. Tracy Evans standing right back there. That's her cousin. Down the line. So I'm tired of hearing that things aren't because of who you are in Villa Rica. It's why something gets done or why something gets turned an eye to. Yeah, it depends on who you are in Villa Rica as to what happens and what you get. That's facts. That's the truth. If y'all don't believe me, I y'all say, well, it's all equal. No, it's not. How come my neighbor, Deborah Ricks, got a ticket for weeds growing up in the back of her home where dirt was that I put there because she had a sinkhole and a washout? By law, I could do that. I had grass and straw all over it and let the weeds get up because it was that erosion problem. Okay? I let my house grow up twice as tall as her. You think they left one in my mailbox? Nope. I could almost guess why they didn't. Because they didn't want that bear. I promise you. Now, I done said it enough. And you can call it what you want. And you can name call. Hey, but I can do it a whole lot better. And I done told you who done got involved in it now. You can believe it or not. But I got the emails if you want to see it. Well, she got all the proof, and several others from the EPA have the proof that has been sent. Y'all are facing one of the biggest environmental lawsuits that y'all probably ever going to see. And I'd hate to be every one of y'all because y'all going to go down for it. Y'all going to say, well, we caused that lawsuit. Hang on. Y'all gave some other folks some. Now, I want to know something now. Why Bobby Elliott asked my opinion sitting down in the woods down here? Why? And I got proof that he asked this now, because we can call a city employee up and he can tell you. Why did he ask my opinion on that road being in a floodplain? And I had to explain it to him. That ain't a good idea. Bobby Elliott knows it ain't a good idea. But y'all don't want to listen to that. Y'all jump at me because y'all think I'm telling you this and this.
Okay.
Before. We look like we live in a daggone landfill.
Thank you. It's not fair to the people that do finish on 3 minutes, so I try to give you 15 seconds to wrap it up, but it's not fair to the people who do abide by the 3 minutes. Thank you, sir. That's true. Anyone else that wants to speak during public comment? Okay, I'm guessing, and I could be wrong, but sometimes there's a transition for people that just come for the beginning. If you need to leave now and because I want to go ahead and proceed with the meeting, but I don't want to do it if about 15 people are going to get up and walk out. So if you're staying, we're good and we'll move on. Council updates.
Mayor, I have a couple council updates.
Okay.
Well, first of all, I wanted to thank Joel
Okay.
Crawford for.
Yeah, so hang on
coming
one,
out.
or as he's going
He
out.
just walked out the door, but it's okay.
Joel, you were getting thanked while you're going out the door. Okay,
wanted-
so hang
wanted
on
to-
1 second. This tends to happen sometime during this period, so. Sounds pretty quiet.
Okay. Well, yeah, I wanted to thank Joel Crawford for coming on behalf of Main Street. Before I got elected to council, I was the president of Villa Rica Main Street board, and Stephanie Warmarth also served on that board. So we, both appreciate how important Main Street is, and I'm glad to hear that they're doing great things over there. The other update I wanted to go through was the mayor and I attended a meeting with the Carroll County Chamber of Commerce, and at that meeting was the local or the state GDOT traffic engineer, and he went over some projects.
And GDOT is?
Oh, I'm sorry, the Georgia Department of Transportation. Thank you, Mayor. And he went over some projects for the entire Carroll County, but I wanted to highlight some things that are going on in Villa Rica as far as GDOT is concerned. The first one is the R-cuts that they installed over on State Route 61. Those are actually a little behind, but he says here they're 92% complete, but I think they're complete now. Do you recall
As far
that?
as I
Yeah,
know.
as far as I know. So that was a recent project that's ongoing or just closing up. We all know about the Villa Rica North Loop. They're saying that that's 43% complete, and they expect that to be complete in the fall of 2025. That's the bypass going around from 61 on one side to 101 on the other side. And I think some of you probably may have already seen that, I guess, the half of the roundabout or the roundabout on the 61 north side is already built. As far as upcoming projects, though, there was a couple that I thought were particularly interesting. We get a lot of citizen feedback regarding Highway 78 and the school and the traffic at the school and so forth. And so in March 2027, GDOT is expected to allow bidding or open the bidding, I should say, for 2 roundabouts. One will be installed at Rocky Branch Road at the entrance of the high school, and the other one will be a conversion of US 78 and State Route 61, the big traffic intersection here, will be a conversion into a large roundabout as well. When we asked the traffic engineer about what's going to happen to all the curb cuts that are between Rocky Branch and State Route 61, he did confirm that all of those would be converted to right in, right out, with the exception of the new fire department, station number 9, that's being built. And that, again, so March 2027 is when that project is set to go to bid, and they anticipate starting construction that summer or that fall. That's a $5 million project, which seems kind of low to me because a lot of these roundabouts we're hearing about are $2+ million roundabouts. So if you're doing 2 roundabouts plus the road improvements, it seems like it should actually be higher, but that's what they're saying. Huh? Oh. Right. That as well, land acquisition. The other big project in Villa Rica that is also set to go to bid in March of 2027 is the conversion of the I-20 Georgia 61 Highway 101 interchange into what's called a diverging diamond interchange. This is only going to be $3.5 million because what I understand is that they're going to take the existing lanes and essentially switch them around. So it's not going to actually... It's the alternative to creating a new bridge or expanding that bridge, which would be much more costly in the significance. I've actually, if you go to my Facebook page, my city council Facebook page, I posted the link to GDOT's project website for this project, so you can follow along there and see what the progress is. But again, I wouldn't expect much until March 2027 when it goes to bid. So those are there are many other projects in Carroll County. There's a whole packet, 27 pages here, but those are the ones primarily affecting Villa Rica, and I thought those are pretty informative, and I wanted to share that with the city.
Thank you. Any other council updates?
So this is what the GDOT's doing, not the City of Villa Rica.
Correct, GDOT, yes, ma'am.
It'll impact us because we have state highways going throughout the city, but the roundabouts will help the traffic move compared to backing up on, especially on exit 24 there. That's the only way they're going to keep traffic moving on that bypass. I hope to have a fire station update by this evening, but that's okay. I get that. That's just because I had a few people asking about it. But I do want to mention, because I can go ahead and answer this, on the Mirror Lake Boulevard with the shoreline light, that is a little bit of an issue where there's not any turn lanes. So, Ms. DeSanto, if there's a way that somebody could look at that light, there's no turn lane, so when they're coming out of Shoreline or coming out of the Publix, if they can't see if the other traffic is turning or going forward, that's an issue. I don't know why, but the one that is specific that we are dealing with is the left-hand turn that's backing everybody up on Punkintown. What we have figured out is, okay, so you're coming down from McDonald's and down the hill on Mirror Lake Boulevard, which turns into Punkintown, and people take that first turn into Publix, and if they're waiting and there's traffic coming the other direction, they sit there and everything backs up. We were going to do signage. We realized what we really need there is a turn lane. We got to have a left-hand turn lane. So that's not going to get closed off. It's going to get redesigned. And I know that's a headache for a bunch of people. Every day they're experiencing that. So just know that. And we will be addressing the grant later on in the agenda. Somebody had mentioned some questions about the grant, and it's on the agenda. All right, any other updates? Okay, if not, I'll go on to the consent agenda. These are items that we covered during the work session, and then at that time, we have to have a unanimous consent amongst everyone to vote on them as a package. They usually tend to be items that are not controversial and limited in the expenditure of money. So I will read off the items on the consent agenda, and that they will be voted on all at once. Number 1, the supplemental water supply intergovernmental agreement with Carroll County. Number 2, the pest control services with Bug Busters. Number 3, traffic calming recommendations for River Trace subdivision. Number 4, notice of award for the 2024 water system improvements to HD Excavations. Number 5, ratification of proposal for Georgia and West for the engineering and design of the West Industrial Court culvert replacement. And number 6, approval of proposal from Falcon Design, that's the engineer company, for the survey, design, and engineering for the left-hand turn lane at Mirror Lake Boulevard. And that's the one I just spoke of because that's getting a lot of people's attention. So spread the news that a plan is in place, but there's just a lot of work and engineering that has to be done on it. All right, I take a motion to approve the consent agenda.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor? Any opposed?
That is unanimous.
All right, A, governing body, approval of the September 10th, 2024 work session meetings and approval. I can put these together, Mr. Drummond, like last time. Approval of the September 10, 2024 meeting minutes. Are there any corrections on that before anyone makes a motion? Okay, then I'll entertain a motion to approve those minutes.
So moved.
All in favor? Any opposed? All right.
That is unanimous.
Thank you, sir. Item B, community development. Ms. Shabazz? Oh, sorry, Mr. Daniels? You don't look like Nina. Her name's at the front and yours is at the tail end on the next page. This will require a public hearing.
Mayor, Council, how are you doing this evening? So our first item is regards to RA-04-24, that is Carners Road Package Store rezoning. The applicant, AUP Enterprise LLC, is actually rezoning a 9.0 or 6.09 acre parcel located off of Carners Road from C2, which is commercial medium density, and they want to downzone it down to C1, which is commercial low density. Now, a little bit of information that is pertaining to this lot. So the applicant's subject lot is situated south of Carners Road. It is east of Garnet Drive. It is north of Permian Way, and it's approximately 0.39 miles north of I-20's exit 26. This parcel is currently undeveloped. It has no structures on that lot currently. The applicant, again, is proposing to downzone that parcel from C2 to C1. A little information regarding to package stores in general. So on August 17, 2021, citizens did vote through a way of a referendum on allowance of package stores and distilled spirits in the city of Villa Rica. In 2023, the city council approved the applicant and the subject parcel, the one we're talking about right now, as District 1 presumptive licensees for the package store and distilled store spirits. So this item right here is not really in relations to if they're going to build a package store tonight. It is a discussion about the rezoning of it. So the proposed development. So the applicant is actually proposing to downzone this parcel. The reason is, so for any new developments for C2, which is commercial medium density zones, it has to be at least 2.5 acres minimum to build on that lot. So for the proposed downzoning, which is C1, commercial low density, it only has to be a minimum lot of 1 acre. Hence why the applicant is trying to downzone this parcel for reasons that he's trying to subdivide this lot into 4 tracts. This rendition right here is the full parcel, this 6.09 parcel, but it's actually divvied up on what the applicant actually provided the city council. Or excuse me, staff. So the proposed development. So the first parcel, which is on the corner of Carners Road and Garnet Drive, will be featuring a 4,875 square foot convenience store / filling station. The parcel 2, which is in the middle, it's in blue. It actually is a 1.445 acre parcel, and the applicant is proposing to build the 10,000 square foot package store on that lot. Now, there is a third parcel. It is a 1.5 acre parcel. The applicant is proposing to not build any structures at this time on that lot, but the applicant is actually proposing to build a detention or retention pond on that parcel. And then lastly, the fourth parcel, which is on the corner of Carners, on the corner of Garnet Drive and Permian Way, will remain undeveloped for future development.
Is that the green?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Let's see. So the applicant did have to actually had to meet various proposed or development standards in relation to this parcel. And based on all of the proposed development and what the applicant is actually trying to do on this site, which is subdivide and actually create 4 tracks and actually build a package store and a C-store at the same time, the staff recommendation of this is actually for approval on the reasons of it does meet section 8.27, which is liquor stores, package stores, and liquor outlets development requirements, as well as this downzoning will still align with the comprehensive plan and is being inside that commercial corridor area. And this applicant is simply maximizing this lot, which will be 6.09 acres. And last week, the applicant actually was seen in front of the Planning Commission and they actually voted to approve this down zoning unanimously 3-0.
Thank you, Mr. Daniels. Any question for staff from council? I know we discussed this quite a bit earlier, but now's the time for any further questions or clarifications.
Mayor, I actually have a question for Mr. Drummond, because I know we discussed earlier about whether or not the council already approved a license for him or whether or not they didn't approve a license for him. And I understand from talking to Mr. Drummond that he may have changed his opinion on that. So I would like just to get clarification on that before we start into the public hearing and whatnot.
You know, in February of last year, February 7th, I believe was the date. Before you was the application for the package store license. It was the first one that's ever come before the city. And at the conclusion, there was a public hearing. Nobody spoke at the public hearing. But at the conclusion of the public hearing, there was a motion to approve the request of the issuance of a distilled retail license permit to the business of AUP Enterprises doing business as Mirror Lake Wine and Spirits, conditioned upon their compliance. The minutes say with all requirements. I think the video actually says with all. I don't think they used the word requirements, but conditions, I think is what was said in the council meeting. So the applicant is the presumptive licensee, is what the word we've been using. We can't actually hand them a license or issue them a license till the building's there and it meets the size requirement, still meets the proximity requirements under the ordinance and under state law. Reading the minutes and the ordinance, it sounds like that's all they have to provide at the end is they still meet the conditions the license would issue. Going back and watching the video, I think I understand council would have understood that it was going to come back before council based on what was said in that hearing. So I think it may come back before you and for a limited purpose of deciding do they meet the conditions of the license. Once they get the building put up and are prepared to ask for the license at that point.
So can you clarify specifically, because there's been a lot of confusion about what is being voted on tonight?
Tonight has nothing to do with the package store tonight. Tonight, what is on the agenda is whether or not to grant a rezoning request moving from C2 medium density, which requires a 2.5 acre lot, to C1, which requires or you can make it as small as 1 acre. A lot of the allowable uses are the same in the two. There are, the C2 does allow more uses than C1 allows, some larger uses, as Councilman Montmahan said earlier today. He went through the actual list at our earlier meeting. But the uses that are allowed are similar. So, and the uses that are being proposed by the developer right now are appropriate uses in either C1 or C2. But tonight, you're not voting whether or not to allow a package store. Tonight, you're voting whether or not to approve a rezoning.
And Kevin, just so I understand, that is because technically he can build a package store right now, or he could apply for the license
He
to
could
build a
start
package
building
store.
that package store building right now.
Because it's permissible use in a C2.
Yes.
No different than it's permissible use in a C1.
Right.
So once that building is complete and the applicant were to come back before council, at that point, we would approve or deny the license for the business?
You would hear from council or from staff, I'm sorry, and from the applicant, I'm assuming, does the building meet the requirements under our ordinance? Do they meet all the proximity requirements? Do they meet the inventory requirements? If they meet all the requirements, then they are the presumptive licensee, so at that time the license would issue. If they don't, they build a building in such a way that they've messed up their proximity requirements. They built it in the wrong corner, so they're too close to a church or some other permissible or impermissible proximity requirements, then that would be a problem. Or if they didn't build the building the right size, or those kind of things.
So one of the guidelines is consideration of health, safety, welfare, and of the citizens and preservation of the surrounding neighborhoods, with reference to such factors as light, noise, pollution, traffic, and loitering. None of these items right here, would those not apply to?
Those are rezoning conditions. The conditions that would apply would be what we require to issue a package store.
Can you provide the information as far as the what is it that we would consider as far as with approving of the package store?
They are listed, the proximity restrictions are listed in section 470. So 300 feet from any church building, 600 feet from any school building, educational building, school grounds or college campus, 300 feet from any alcoholic treatment center owned and operated by the state or any county or municipal government, 1,000 feet from any other holder of a packaged distilled spirits license. And we talk about how to measure those in the actual ordinance. In section 8.27, the building must be a minimum of 6,000 square feet, a single tenant, one entrance and one exit, although there's some issues with that with the fire code. 260 square feet of plate glass, no windows or doors on sides or rear, no living quarters. Section 4.01 has building must be freestanding, at least 6,000 square feet, inventory of at least $750,000. None of those are for tonight, though.
Any other questions for staff before the applicant is here? Mr. Patel is here, and any questions will be available for him as well. Any others for staff at this time before?
I kind of
Yes.
have. I don't think they'll have this information, but I remember the referendum, and do you know what was yes versus no, the percentage? Do you have that information or not? Okay. That was popping in my mind. And then Kevin, I have a question kind of for you. I know I'm trying to take my mind out of this, or I'm trying to go outside the box a little bit with it in my mind.
You've already scared me.
Huh?
You've already scared me.
Sorry. Okay. Well, I'll wait for, it's not I don't believe you, but I'll wait for the official from Teresa.
I was thinking it was about 2/3,
I thought
but it's been a while.
I thought it was about 60. I thought it was like 60, 65. So I was kind of on the same page with the mayor, but I just wanted to double check because I have a good memory, but not that good of a memory. My other question is though for Kevin is, so are you suggesting, I shouldn't put it that way. So the only way they wouldn't get their liquor license is if they did not meet the requirements that you just gave out. I just want.
That would be the basis for not giving them their license.
Okay, so if the building was 4,000 square feet, not 6, whatever, or the acreage was 90% of an acre, not a full acre, correct? That's what we're
Yeah,
that's what we're
if
looking
they didn't
at.
meet the requirements I just went over,
Mhm.
those would be the basis for denying.
And I believe you just said that if they go from, and even as I read it, I apologize for getting confused because it does, in my head, it doesn't make a lot of sense that they're going to these out parcels, so they're going down in density versus going up. I would think with the more buildings, you would go up. That could be very confusing
That is.
it was confusing to me. So,
I think that conversation's been had on
I know,
staff level that,
I apologize, I had to miss
you
the
would-
work session because of work. But, so what I was saying with this is they could, just in a different configuration, they could put the same businesses on
Right,
the,
right. They've got a 6.09 acre parcel, so they could divide it into two parcels right now without a rezoning
oh, okay.
and put the two type of businesses they're proposing on two different parcels.
Okay. Okay, those are my questions, right?
Mayor,
Yes.
I have a question if nobody else does. Okay, so we already established that if we deny their the rezoning request tonight, that they could still build their liquor store they can cut it in half and still do 2.5 acres or so or
And the
more.
convenience store.
And the convenience store. If we deny the rezoning tonight, what does the ordinance say? Maybe Sean, maybe you know. Could they come back and reapply? And I recall there was like a 1-year waiting period. But is that accurate? They have to wait 1 year to reapply for a rezoning?
That's correct.
Because to me, one of the issues with this application, putting the liquor store question aside, is very similar to what we faced over on the property behind Dunkin' Donuts. And that is that we don't have an ordinance that kind of contemplates a shopping center or a multi-parcel development. Therefore, we're trying to wedge this kind of multi-parcel or multi-use, or not use, but multi-business development into our existing ordinances, and it just doesn't fit very squarely. And I think the takeaway from that meeting, which I believe was in February or March, was that we were going to try to work on some sort of ordinance that would contemplate that kind of development. And I think, to me, that's the other issue with this development, is that, he wouldn't have to go back in and cut all the parcels up and make multiple parcels if we had basically the equivalent of a shopping center ordinance or something like that. But
Well,
that's
with-
kind of an aside.
With one of these approved uses, he'd still have to.
With the liquor, he would have
can
to
only have one
separate
use.
that.
That can be the only use on that parcel,
Okay.
as our ordinance stands now.
Right, okay.
Yeah, I think you subdivided into 4 areas. You could call it a plaza. It's not near as complicated as the other one, because
Right.
I think of the ways in and ways out, I think
Yep.
complicates the one over there. Plus, they were trying to fit things on, say, a Longhorn or whatever, that there
Right.
just wasn't the
The
space for the
setback
parking.
requirements, that's right. It was the
Yeah.
setback requirements that made that kind of difficult. And we had
Yeah.
to do all those variances.
On
That's
what
correct.
they wanted to fit in there.
Right.
Any other questions for staff? So then I'll give an opportunity for the applicant to come up. Mr. Patel, would you like to come up? Oh, I'm sorry.
Good evening. My name is Joel Larkin, and I'm with the firm Sam's Larkin and Huff in Marietta. I appreciate the chance to be here
Mr.
tonight.
Larkin, did I get that right?
You did.
Okay.
Yeah, my foot fell asleep back there. Sorry. I'm not going to belabor the point here. I think you all have worked it out pretty well. I mean, this is an opportunity for this property owner who has a vested right to build a package store on this property and the right to develop other commercial uses under the current zoning ordinance. This is an opportunity for him to divide up the property in a logical manner with cross-access easements and other shared easements so that he can provide to the city of Villa Rica not 2 but 4 high-end commercial uses. There's no request in this application for any variances or any waivers from the requirements. It's simply a request to go from a zoning that requires a 2.5 acre lot to a zoning that allows a 1 acre lot. Now, there's been suggestion that he's trying to get something extra by doing that, and he really isn't as far as intensity. The C2 and the C1 allow a lot of the same uses, but the C2 allows it at a different bulk. You can build a lot bigger buildings and multi-use buildings So the C1 allows him to separate into 4 different separately owned parcels if he desires in the future. So there's no trick here. You know, nobody's trying to do anything fancy. It's just an effort to do it now before he finalizes his financing and before he builds a building so that he can get all the planning in place. And if you look at the site plan that he had up with the 4 lots, there's been some discussion about the impact that this would have on what we've heard called the neighborhood. This property's been zoned C2 since long before any of those uses came out there. And allowing him to build on that tract 4, for example, would create another use behind the package store in front of is it the Birches?
It's one of the buildings at
the
the Birches, and
residential-
the
the
other is
residential
a
strip.
medical office facility
So
with
it
various things.
actually creates a buffer there instead of looking at a back of a building on a large lot because the building's going to be the same size. But now he can put a front-facing building behind there that faces that and that will serve that community. I know that you're going to hear a lot of discussion about things that really aren't relevant to tonight, but I know you're curious about them. And they're talking about distance and proximity, and your zoning ordinance and state law have both looked at those issues, and they've established what they think are appropriate uses in the various classifications and appropriate distances between different types of uses. The distance from the Tanner Center, there isn't even a distance requirement for a private clinic like that. But if that were a state clinic, we way more than meet the requirement. And the suggestion that people are going to walk out the front door after having treatment and stare at the package store, well, that's just not true. If you look at the site plan, they're going to walk out the front door and look at a convenience store. The package store is on the other side and blocked from that. But anyone who's ever dealt with addiction issues, they're not fun, but I have personally with family members, and what you learn is you can't control access to alcohol or visibility of alcohol, and it doesn't help to try. People who feel the need, who have an addiction, they have to face those addictions, and they're going to face them. And in this case, there's nothing that we're doing that's going to make that any more challenging, even if it was legally relevant. So the issue before you here tonight, as your city attorney has said, is would you care to allow this property owner to develop 4 separate commercial uses, 4 separate uses contributing to the tax base and providing local goods and services? Or are you going to require development on the larger lots? And we could probably rework the site plan on the convenience store and make it a convenience store with attached retail and end up with some other kind of monster. But separating in the 4 separate uses is the most efficient and we think the most beneficial to the property owner and to the community. And I'd be happy to respond to any questions you have, and I'd like to reserve any remaining time to respond to neighborhood concerns and questions.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any questions for the applicant in regard to the downzoning of this into 4 parts instead of 2 pieces of property? Yes, Councilman McCoy?
Across the street, there's a gas station with 2, y'all know what to call them. I'm sorry, I'm drawing a blank, but it's all one thing. It's the gas station, a spa, and a Marco's Pizza, and we don't have any issues with that. That traffic seems to flow fine. It did fine when the Publix was there, and the Publix had a ton of traffic. Traffic seems to flow fine. The gas station's always busy. I personally use it myself because I live in that area. I am not hearing I don't want to say legitimate, but I'm not hearing a good reason as to why we need to divide these up.
It's a different, is that the question? It's a different opportunity for businesses.
How so?
Well, because you can do freestanding buildings. We don't know what the other uses are going to be yet. Some uses are.
So how do you know they're high end?
Well, they're going to meet the requirements of the ordinance.
But
like they could now.
I'm not meaning to be bougie, but my definition of high end is a Louis Vuitton store, not a gas station. No offense to anybody, that's not what I'm saying. When I mean, I know I'm gonna sound really bougie and elitist here, and that's not my intention. But when I hear high-end, I think of Phipps Plaza, not,
We have no expectation that we're gonna have a Louis Vuitton store there, but.
I didn't think so, but
conversely-
I'm making a point to your wording.
But conversely, the suggestions that we heard at the planning commission, and I suspect we'll hear tonight, that somehow we're gonna have drunks laying in the back behind the store, hanging onto the bottle, and trash and debris everywhere, and a crime problem. That would be the low end spectrum. We're gonna be in between. We're gonna develop uses that are permitted under the C1 and C2, most likely, zoning district. So most likely, the uses that we will put on the other two will be uses that are permitted now and would be permitted under C1, because there's really very few differences in the uses other than the scale of the size of them.
Yes, Councilman Warmoth, just a second.
So, we discussed this in depth at the work session, and I expressed that one of my concerns with rezoning of this parcel was the fact that we have plans for two of the parcels, and this is kind of reiterating what Ms. McCoy just said. But we don't have plans for the other two parcels. And that's how Villa Rica's gotten in the position that we're in right now, is because we have these properties, these parcels, and no plans, and then the property owners can just do what they want with those properties. And I understand that they have to do within the limits of the zoning requirements. However, I don't quite understand the purpose of the rezoning of this when you already have your two businesses that you want. There's no need to rezone if you already have the two that you're wanting. You can, your applicant's able to do that as it is now.
Two things, and I don't pretend to know the long history of Villa Rica. I've been following y'all for about a year now, but the situation that you're referring to makes sense if I have a piece of residential property and I'm trying to zone it commercial or industrial. Then I think it's appropriate for you to say, well, what the heck are you going to do with that? But in this situation, the only thing we're changing is the size of the lot. We're not trying to introduce a new use or a new type of use in the area. So that's a response to that. The second thing, as far as dividing the lot, right now we have two uses that we intend to make, and there's an appropriate amount of land to dedicate to that. Most cities consider it a very important part of their planning to provide appropriate amounts of commercial space so that you can develop commercial properties and generate tax revenue and provide services. What we'll be doing by dividing it now is preserving those two extra lots for commercial development, just as has been contemplated for, I'm trying to remember when, even under the old zoning ordinance before your UDO, it was zoned GC. So it's been zoned commercial for well over 20 years. And I can't remember, I think it goes back to the 80s. So we're not introducing anything new into the area. We're just making it easier to plan development of the property.
I think what probably happened in the past is we had a lack of zoning rules, landscape, and everything else, and so things were allowed to develop and just asphalt. We've tightened up, I'd say, just a little bit in the last years.
And
Yes.
in fact, I'm sorry.
Danny was before you. Hang on.
May I make one more statement on
Yeah.
that before? And I'm recalling that this property was actually platted previously, prior to the time Tanner came and prior to the time the residential development across the street. And at that time, it was platted into smaller lots. It was commercial, but the lot that we have, I think, was 5 lots. So it's been planned that way, and it was at that time that the roads were put in and that miter was done on the front for the right-of-way. So this has historically been planned more the way we're proposing it than the way it sits right now. When he bought a bunch of separate lots, they became one big lot. If different people had bought them, they'd be separate lots, and they'd be closer to 1 acre.
Hang on. Are you finished? because Danny's next. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Councilman Carter.
I thought I saw when I was reading about this that one of the 4 lots was going to be dedicated to a settlement pond. Is that the case?
No, that's not correct. What is correct is on the back of track 3, there's going to be a pond built that will serve the development. There's still plenty of room in front. That's the larger lot. Plenty of room in front to build another use facing Connor Road.
I see. Okay. Yes, Councilman Montahan.
Mr. Larkin, on the previous point that you and Mr. Warmarth were discussing, so explain to me then why go through this process now? Why not just develop the lots as C2 and then you could still develop them in the same way or very similar to the same way and then come back, if and when you do have a prospective use for those additional pieces of land, come back and maybe split the parcels then and ask for the zoning for C1 then?
And we've had that discussion with staff. My experience, being a real estate lawyer for a long time, is if we do that, we're more likely than not going to put in place the planning that we need, even with good intentions. Right now, we're laying it out, and we're going to put in place a declaration of easements where we provide for the common detention pond and for the common driveways. And we're going to go for financing on the 2 uses. The lender is going to want to take as security for the construction loan the entire lot that the property sits on. So
Okay.
if we finance it as 2 lots, it will be difficult, in my experience, not impossible, but difficult to sort that financing out and then separate the lots back out.
Okay.
It's also easier to market it when they're already divided.
Right.
Any other questions for the applicant or the applicant's attorney? All right. Thank you, sir. Anything else for staff? And I don't show a cover sheet on here. I'm assuming there's going to be a motion. I don't see a cover sheet on this item. I know, but I still don't see a cover sheet. Is it there in the attachment? Because my first item is an application. I've been
Right,
looking
yeah,
for the
there's-
cover sheet since the
There's no cover
beginning.
sheet.
So eventually, we'll need to see that. It probably didn't get I don't think it translated over from the work session. All right, if there's no more questions at this time for staff or the applicant, I'm going to open it up to public hearing while you find us a cover sheet. And anyone that wants to speak for or against this item?
Mayor, Joe Fowler, Post Office Box 49 in Douglasville, and Gary Thomas, he's with Tanner, and he's going to hand out some plats that show the actual uses of the property in this area. It's an aerial photo that shows what's constructed. However, we do not have the birches on this plat, and you'll know where it is as I go through this in just a moment. As you know, Tanner owns and operates medical facilities in direct proximity to the property that's before you tonight. You'll see Tanner Medical Center in the lower left-hand corner. Immediately to the right is Healthiant, but that is the birches. Above that is the applicant's property. But on the southeast corner of the applicant's property, there's another Tanner-owned facility. And then to above the medical facility, you see another parcel that's owned by Tanner. Now, from a zoning standpoint, we all recognize that this is just a question of essentially downzoning from C2 to C1. We don't have a real argument or objection about that this evening. Instead, in a minute, Mr. Thomas will speak specifically about Tanner's concerns regarding the feared impact of what they believe to be anticipated future uses when this property begins to be built out. Specifically, I will say, the sale of beer, wine, and distilled spirits, and the impact would be on the patients who are treated at Willowbrook Counseling and Psychiatric Center, the lower left-hand corner of the building there. And all of the residents in the Birches, that's the senior residential facility that is just to the east of that. I will note also with respect to that when the city put the issue of the package sale of distilled spirits to the public in November of 2021, it was approved by a vote of 6% of the city's 7,308 registered voters. 6% voted. A total of 417 voted for it. 173 voted no. Then in April the 12th of 22, the council, by a vote of 3-2, authorized package sales in the city limits, and thereafter, presumably sometime in 2023, approved the applicant as the presumptive nominee authorized to sell distilled spirits in District 1. That's a large area on your map. It's colored in yellow. There are lots of places where a facility like that could have been built, but this was suggested. Now, I'll say with respect to that, and that's the reason for the presentation this evening from Tanner and others who are associated with it, the council is required by Section 4-29B of the ordinance, that is the alcohol beverage ordinance, to conduct a hearing, that is an official hearing, before the full council when an original license is issued. That is Section 4-19C. I'm sorry, that's Section B. Section C requires the applicant, this is a crucial point, the applicant is required to post a notice on the property on Connors Road, facing Connors Road from their property. Am I limited to 3 minutes? All right, I'll just finish just a moment. And they're also required to post a notice in the newspaper. There was no provision in the ordinance for actual notification to the adjoining property owners, as is required in every zoning action. No notice was sent to anybody on the properties that they don't own in that area about the alcohol license being issued. That is, they were made the presumptive nominee without notice to the neighbors. So irrespective of what occurs with respect to the rezoning, Tanner respectfully requests the council to revise the relevant sections of the alcohol beverage ordinance to require actual notice. That is, actual notice to the persons from whom you'll hear in a moment and others who may be interested before any permit is issued. It was said that there's a vested right in the permit. A moment ago, Mr. Larkin said, we don't believe that. We believe that to meet minimum due process requirements of the neighbors, they need to be given the opportunity to oppose the issuance of that license for the very reason you'll hear in just a moment. Thank you.
Mayor, before I speak, this lady came up before I did, and I've got about 3 people that are going to speak with me, so I'm going to let her to go ahead and take, because she came up first. Ma'am?
And real quick, hang on just a moment. Mr. Drummond, I know sometimes I've watched this at the county commission at times. If we should go ahead with like 3 minutes or interest in the time, give each side 10 minutes where we divvy it up, 10 or 15 minutes each, or if we should just proceed with 3 minutes. It could make for a long night for some of the people, but I mean, it doesn't matter to me. We're used to it.
We are required to give 10 minutes to each side. Historically, we've gone beyond that, but under the Zoning Procedures Act, we need to give equal time to each side, and a minimum of 10 minutes.
For the parties involved, would you guys be agreeable to us giving each side 10 minutes? Well, we've been very loose with the 3 minutes and multiple people, so.
If they're going to exceed the 10 minutes, you can also get a show of hands of who would support either for or against. So we know from the hand count, the crowd, which side they would be on. So.
Okay, all right.
Let me ask a question. Do you mean 10 minutes all with
10
all of
minutes,
10 minutes for everybody?
10 minutes for everyone that is for the project, 10 minutes for everyone that is against total.
Together.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, together, not 10 minutes individually.
That's right.
Okay.
Right, and then is there an opportunity for some sort of rebuttal?
Yeah, I would suggest at the end hearing back from the applicant and from staff.
Okay, all right, so are y'all good with 10 minutes for each side? have to talk to the governing body here. All right, and the people involved. Okay.
I was
Let's
just
go-
going to say, can we just give them their 3? That way it's fair, because somebody could take up like 6, and then the other people wouldn't get as much time to speak. I'm okay with giving them their 3 minutes.
Well, I'll say, Mayor, just in my opinion, this is actually something I've been talking about for a while, that we should have moved to that model in compliance with the Zoning Procedure Act. However, I don't think we should probably do it on the fly. I
Okay.
think maybe that's something we do next time, or we modify our ordinance or whatever we need to do. We've always done it with the 3 minutes, and that would just be my thought.
Okay, all right, I'm good with that. Okay, 3 minutes. Anybody for or against? Yes, ma'am. Wasn't that fun?
So much fun. No, I'm going to make it quick. I'm against. I'm sorry, Rosalind McDonald. I am 2031 Sweet Bay Drive, right here in Villa Rica. I've been here over 20 years, and I've seen package stores come and go. I've seen 2 in that public shopping plaza. I do not see, I agree with Councilwoman Wormoth and McCoy. We don't need to rezone. It can stay a C2. He can develop his 2 properties that he already has a plan for. I do residential and commercial real estate. Amy, I know her very well. There is a reason why he wants to rezone this now. I heard what the lawyer said. I speak lawyer. It's a smokescreen. We don't need to rezone it. It can stay just as it is. He can do his package store in a C2. He can do his convenience store in a C2 and be done. I made it quick.
Thank you, ma'am. Next person wish to speak for or against?
My name's Gary Thomas. I live at 405 East Johnson Street in Temple, and I'm here tonight representing Tanner Health System. And I would like to start off by saying that the Mirror Lake office building contains the following medical type practices: Tanner Urgent Care, Willowbrook Counseling Center, Willowbrook Psychiatric Center, Tanner Health Source, Tanner Primary Care at Mirror Lake, Villa Rica Family Medicine, and a recent addition, Tanner Neurology. For the sake of time, I will focus on one of these practices and the potential impact of this practice by the proposed use of this parcel. And I'm going to call on Marcy Edwards, who is the Director of Psychiatric Services for Willowbrook, to speak about that. Marcy?
Good evening. I'm Marcy Edwards, 79 Oak Grove Road in Carrollton.
Move that, lean in that mic a little
My
more.
voice is gone.
Thank you.
I have been a behavioral health service provider myself as a therapist, and now a director at behavioral health with Tanner I'll begin my 25th year this Thursday. So this is a topic that is important, and one thing I want you to hear is environment matters. The land, what is developed around our services matters. I'm going to read a bit of what I wrote, and hopefully it will get my point across. In 2017, we opened a very small 2-office practice at the 101 Quartz Drive Medical Office Building at Mirror Lake. And a lot of things happened since then, the pandemic. And today we have a huge practice of 11 plus providers at that practice. In 2023, when we could have had that public notice, just that calendar year, we serviced 16,000 or more individual visits for patients in psychiatric, addiction, that's children, adolescents, adults, maternal mental health, just in that 1 year. And since then, it continues to grow. And what we teach our staff, our therapists, our patients is the environment we determine, emotional, physical safety, is essential for providing just adequate care and for people to heal, to get better, and be contributing members of our community. And this is not just a development process for us. With growth is great. It could be super for a community like Villa Rica, for any community. But the thought and the heart that we put into that is what makes a difference. And what goes into the ground next to this facility where all these patients go for healing is essential.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else to speak for or against?
Miss Rita Miller, she's the Executive Director for the Birches at Villa Rica.
Good evening. In the sake of time, I'm going to read my statement. I'm Rita Miller Davis. I'm the Executive Director at the Assisted Living, Birches at Villa Rica Assisted Living Community, providing care and services to older adults located at 201 Permian Way. We opened in September of 2021 and can serve up to 70 residents. That's 70 homes in the Birches. The community was at and still is maintaining full capacity. This is their home. We have an active, vibrant group of individuals living there that have, over their lifetime, made a significant contribution to our current lifestyles because of the work they have done before us. They're bankers, firemen, teachers, veterans, people who paved the way for all of us. To walk out of your home and to see a beverage store facing you is not the environment our residents and families want or deserve. I'm not opposed to a beverage store being in Villa Rica, but please, not at this location. Our residents and families have chosen to live here. They have other choices, and they can choose to leave us because of the great care and reputation we have is why they chose us, but the environment is why they may leave. It could significantly harm the Birches at Villa Rica, as many residents and families would choose to relocate. We also have a great number of visitors traveling in and out of our building daily. We have residents that continue to drive their vehicles. We do not need potential customers of this store to decrease the safety of our residents, families, visitors, and staff that work around the clock caregiving at this location. Surely, we can find another answer. We urge that this business be located at another location. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else for or against?
Michael Adams, the pastor at Lifegate Church.
Good evening. I'll read a statement also for time, but also wanted to make everyone aware that we were our neighbors to the property and didn't get any notice or anything that this was happening. So my name is Michael Adams. I'm the senior pastor at Lifegate Church. Our church is next door to the proposed location for the new liquor store. When we initially purchased our property 16 years ago, we were asked to waive the rights to the zoning for liquor laws due to the fact that the property owner was in negotiations for restaurants to come into that property. We agreed to waive the zoning for the restaurants. The intended use has changed since then, and while we agreed to a restaurant, we respectfully ask the council not to authorize the property for a liquor store. There have already been several reasons presented why this property should not be used this way, but as a pastor who has served this city for over 20 years, I'd like to emphasize several reasons that are important to the Lifegate family. I believe they're important to this council and also to our city. We have hundreds of families with children and students who come to our property every week, and because we are a church, we serve those struggling with addiction and mental health challenges. The vulnerable are literally coming to our doorstep every week, and they should not have to pass by a liquor store on their way to worship or along their journey to freedom. Zoning restrictions for liquor stores exist for situations like this, and while we waived waived these protections, we are asking the council to consider the context of that release and use your power to serve and protect. Thank you.
I would like to go ahead and do the closing comments for Tanner Health System. There was a discussion at the Planning Commission meeting, and since that meeting, the types of stores proposed for this parcel can be built, the current zoning and the proposed zoning change being considered tonight. That is true, but Tanner has two concerns I want to discuss with you. In reference to the requested zoning change, the requested change essentially moves the parcel from being subdivided into 2 parcels to being subdivided into 4 parcels, as you have discussed. We are opposed to that change because based on the information presented, we will have a convenience store, a liquor store, and on the information presented, yet to be determined. The city has gone to great lengths to make sure you have the proper construction, square footage, required inventory, etc., to help ensure that liquor stores are as nice as they can be and that they will hopefully remain that way. To change this zoning and have a blanket approval for 2 more commercial lots on this single parcel would only increase the issues with this location and possibly be detrimental to the work you have done to make liquor stores remain as nice as possible. In reference to this type of business on this parcel, We have raised a lot of concerns about this type of store being constructed across from our outpatient treatment practices. Those concerns are legitimate and real. We have been essentially told by the city attorney that the opportunity to raise those concerns should have been at the public hearing last year, and no one showed up at that hearing to speak against a license for this location. No one? No one showed up? I find it odd that there are several of us here now, but no one showed up then. The difference is a written notice to adjacent property owners. For zoning matters, the city provides written notice to adjacent property owners. For something as important as a brand new business classification for the city, your ordinance does not require written notice to the adjacent property owners. If it had, I can assure you that someone would have been here to speak against it. Your attorney has indicated that the city has met the requirements of the ordinance and state law by posting that hearing notice on the property and in the legal printed organ. All of you are duly elected leaders of this community. Sometimes as leaders, we must make tough decisions that go above the law because we just have to do what is right. Having this type of business in the face of those trying to better their lives by eliminating the painful grip of addiction complies with the ordinance. It complies with the law, but it is not right. It is not the right thing for your constituents or our patients. So I respectfully request that you re-examine your ordinance and you do a true public hearing about this license. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else that would like to speak for or against?
Amy McCoy, I'm definitely speaking against it. So I find it odd that the same matter that we have been complaining on for months still seems to be a common issue when it's detriment to a community. I'm not sure who is supposed to be the one responsible in making sure that notices get out. But I also see a common practice. Not only are we not sending out certified letters, we're not even, we have already come as the Cleghorn-Anderson community notice how certain things that'll be, petitions that'll be applied for about not putting proper signage out on the streetways so that the public would actually know. We understand that there are different tactics on the way that things are named and labeled. So again, it gives a false impression of what people need to show up to the meetings for to begin with. So these type of tactics, these type of behavior shows a level of incompetence. And so I'm not really certain who needs to be held accountable for that. But if we're voting on things and we're not competent at what's going to come in, the detriment of what's going to happen to a community, it's like as if we really don't care. And so if we really don't care as elected leaders, why take that position? Why put people in this position? And as someone who's had to deal with, as we started off this meeting with domestic violence, who's had to experience domestic violence with someone with a substance abuse like alcohol, to have that as your way home, to have that where you head to work, where you have that as your everyday, where you go to church, things of that sort. But the real issue, because yes, as a private property owner, you have the right to do what you want to do on your property. But I just find it odd that we still cannot communicate with the community as to what is happening and to why it is just, we'll just go by. That's not right. That's not right. That's not what you are paid as elected officials to be able to show up to represent for these residents. And so I'm demanding more. And if you can't fulfill that job, then I'm going to ask you to resign. I'm going to ask you to resign. And I would expect you, as elected officials, that if that person is not have the ability to do their job or competent to do their job, then you ask them to resign or you go ahead and fire them. I mean, because literally we're paying people severance that, came and messed up this city to begin with, and we're just allowing it to continue to perpetuate. So, and don't worry, Ms. McCoy, I'm bougie too, and I'm all for it. So there's nothing wrong with that. We all expect certain standards to happen in our community. We just like to be notified of it. And I think that's the respect that every tax-paying resident, especially the ones you are taxing way higher than the rest of the community, especially for whom it's benefiting in Mirror Lake as opposed to the Ward 1 in Villa Rica. So again, that's my time. I appreciate the opportunity to speak, but I am definitely against it. Thank you.
Anyone else that would like to speak for or against?
Excuse me. I live in Mirror Lake, Brent Pendrak, 9706 Spyglass Drive. I am for it. And number one, and of course this is, tends to be a typical argument that people go to, but the taxes will help in the area, as you do have people obviously going to the other cities to purchase said products. That's a typical go-to argument. But I will say this, and my wife sees this and she's going to be angry at me, but everybody's talking about the alcoholic part of it. I am an alcoholic, okay? And let me tell you something. I believe 100% in personal responsibility. Every time if I put that drink to my mouth, that's me. People drive past. I don't care. Okay, it sounds to me as if they have made plenty of what's the word? Their adjustments, and they are the location. Let me back up. They've made adjustments, and they're talking about making more adjustments to help in regards to the location with Tanner, as far as putting another building there to block it. Most of those individuals leaving that treatment facility, they want a drink. They're not going right there where they can be seen across the street getting it. They're going down the street to the bar. They're going down somewhere else. Let alone the fact you've got an exact. I didn't say anything when you guys were talking. You have locations across the street from that same spot, the BP that was discussed, that has beer and wine. So I kind of feel like it's. I'm not going to say it's disingenuous. We all have our own opinions, but I do believe in personal responsibility. And because and when I say I'm an alcoholic, I'm in recovery, but I'm around alcohol every day of my life. Okay. It's up to me what I do and what I don't do. And that is what I learned in my recovery program. So it's not about, the opportunity is there everywhere you go, right or wrong. And to take it a step further, I don't know if people know this, but THC-based drinks and products have been approved in the state of Georgia. And they're going to be allowed in convenience stores all over the place. So, I mean, and I don't think that Villa Rica is going to have any say over that. But in my time, I've made my point. It's personal responsibility.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else that would like to speak for or against? Well, we don't do questions during this time. This is time for people to speak for or against the item. Now, if you want to stay afterwards, we'll try to do questions with staff or any of us.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to speak. My name is Nick Patel, 3002 Shade Tree Court, Villa Rica, Georgia. I'm up for the liquor store. I drink. I love nice scotch at night, and it would be very close to my home. I can grab, nice scotch at night and have a drink. I don't want to spend my money somewhere else. Right now, I buy alcohol from Carrollton. I'd rather spend local, do local business, and serve local customers. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else that would like to speak? Now, that is accurate. It's really not about that. We're not deciding anything about the business tonight, but people are allowed to bring up but it's true. It is strictly, we're only making a decision on the zoning.
I guess it's a zoning issue with wanting to add 4 buildings onto that lot, right? That's what the problem is. It was stated that if they follow certain criteria and get certain things done, that they could get that liquor store and have it built, right? If they follow the rules and everything matches up, then a liquor store is coming. It doesn't matter. As long as they follow those rules and they comply, it can be built. Y'all already approved that, right? It was already said and done in 2023. So that part's out of it, right? Now, how do we know as the community that they followed them rules. 'Cause, I mean, we got dumpster pads out here with drains in them that don't run to sewage, that don't go into grease interceptors, that is code, but we get told they do. Fuqua Development, look at it. It was supposed to run into sewage or grease interceptors. They don't. They're running into stormwater, right? All that grease is running freely right into it, right into Sweetwater. So how do we know that person inspecting it is telling us the truth? Or are we just writing this down on a piece of paper and saying, well, you know, we need this right here, so we're just going to fudge this a little bit to get this? That's a logical question. And then the more you break up these spaces and the more asphalt you have, I've preached it, the more water problems you have. I watched this last year to go to a C2, and this is beyond me. How do you zone something C2 and you don't have any ordinances for it? That's still kind of, that's crazy. And it was stated then that they were supposed to be working on the ordinances, right? So where are the ordinances for it? You don't have any ordinances. That's why they come back wanting to go to C1 and build more. Like they said, it's a smoke screen. That's all it is. You got people behind, Food Depot up there sleeping on walkers and wheelchairs that drunk off their rear end, sleeping. You can go back, I guarantee you go up there at 10 o'clock tonight and you'll see 4 of them every night. I guarantee it. You have them walking out of the woods right now by the school. They sit in the top of my land. Sit there and drink beer and wine like it ain't nothing, like they own the place. Had to run them off 2 or 3 times. I mean, I'd be happy for them to go on over there to Mirror Lake to that side. Get away from me. Get off mine. I'll go on over there and mess with them folks. We have a problem with alcoholism already here. Why keep contributing?
Anyone else that would like to speak for or against? Having to do with the rezoning from C1, C2 to C1. Subdivision of the property into 4 parts instead of 2.
Jackie Childress, 1050 West Highway 78. I've sit here tonight and I've listened to the pros and the cons, and we've tried to say that this is really not an issue of a license, that this is a zoning issue. So I do think that it is best interest in the city of Villa Rica to not rezone this, to leave it as 2 parcels. But I respectfully ask Mr. Patel that if you really are invested in our city, to withdraw your application completely, showing that you do care about this city, for a liquor license. Build something else there. Build your liquor store somewhere else with my blessings, as long as it's not close to our churches, as long as it's not close to where our mothers and fathers, sisters, brothers, aunts, and uncles' housing is. And these people that live at the Birches, that is their home. Do you want it next door to your home? Do you?
Ms. Childress?
We're asking you.
Ms. Childress?
Do you want it?
Ms. Childress, would you, and I know this is a little uncomfortable, but would you address your comments, only because with any business people or citizens sitting there, we try not to point out a particular citizen that you're doing, just if you would mind directing your
All right,
comments to us.
respectfully then,
You can speak about the business owner, but if you did address your comments to the governing body. Thank you, ma'am.
Right, then I will say to you, please request of him, in the essence of caring about the community that he wants to make money from, to withdraw his application. If he can afford to build a liquor store that he doesn't even really have a license for, and we've already established that that's not a done deal, so he's going to build a building that he doesn't even have a true license for yet? Why? Why would you do that? Why would you spend your money on a building that you don't know for sure is going to be approved? You may meet all the qualifications for that, but I respectfully say to you, respect the citizens of this community and build your store somewhere else and withdraw your license.
Thank you, ma'am. Is there anyone else that would like to speak for or against?
Good evening, everyone. Petra Watts, 123 Clayton Street. Sitting here today, I think we all need to mash the brakes because I don't see no vision of where we're going. I done traveled this country a lot. I done seen towns that I was like, what is this? Walmart trailer parks. I'm not knocking anyone, but we starting fires. We starting fires with Tanner. We starting fires with everyone that's commercially or investing into this community. I don't understand the vision. We got a pastor that's up here. It's starting to look like a war ground. It's not nothing that we can say we should be proud of because it's just too much confusion going on. So it must be of the devil. It's just too much communication, unlikely. Now we worrying about a road closing that these elderly people been using for years to go down a race track. Because I'm kind of emotional about this right now. To go down a racetrack to turn on the Mirror Lake Boulevard, which I like the road. But the people that come up and down that road is flying, about to hit people. I get on my mom every day, don't go right. Don't bag out the yard. She been doing it 30 years. And my mom, oh my God, y'all don't understand. She's not the one to tell you can tell what to do. She don't play that. But I understand. You got to understand these people in the Patel family, see, they live a loss too. They done invested money. See, everybody in here is at a loss. It's nothing going straight. It's nothing that can be told that this is how we're going to do it and this is our standard. Everybody in here is in a situation. It looked like a war ground. It's fires over here, fires get started over here, and a fire gets started over, and a fire gets started back there. We need to pump the brakes. We can sit here and talk and Georgia with each other, whatever we got to do. But I don't think I can say, from what I done seen out there, it's going to look like, I don't know what. You know what I mean? So everybody need to take a breath, need to pump the brakes and get a vision and an understanding and quit worrying about what happened and who got us to where we are, because we going to keep on continuing to be where we are if we don't get a vision. And that's all I got to say. We just got to do better.
Anyone else that would like to speak for or against?
Trey Farmer, I'm going to speak from 116 Claycorn. Just a thought. Heard a lot tonight, and especially seeing a pastor here. I'm a pastor myself. It really moved me. And I think the real thing is I don't think people are necessarily against the liquor store. I think it's just a location. And even to the brother that says, he's a recovering addict, from a spiritual standpoint, especially considering the church that's right there, you have people, and even the apartments down the road on Corners Road, you have so many people who go to work and they go to home and they have all different types of things that they're battling and dealing with. And so when you have a community that says, this is just not something we're for, this is not in the best interest of the majority, at some point here in Villa Rica, before it all burns down, we should probably get to a place where we learn that it's not always about, what I want, it's what's best for the majority. When I hear elder in the community getting up pleading, saying this is just not what we want, this is not what's good, this is not what's right. When you have a company such as Tanner, who has invested so much in Carroll County, you would just think for a moment we could just reason and have some sort of logic to say, nothing against the Patels, nothing against their liquor store, but this is just not the place. This is just not the time amongst all the other things that we have going on. And so once again, I stood here the last time I stood and I was talking about unity and getting on the same page, but I really hope at some point, even when you have applicants that's putting their time and money in, before we approve these things, before we accept these things, let's weigh in all the options that what's going to really create tension. Let's weigh everything in the balance and say, if we do this, if we move this way, what does this look like today, tomorrow, next week, next year, and so on and so forth. That's really what we should do. And ultimately, again, most people don't have a problem with the liquor store. I just think it's the location, and I hope we can figure out something to work this out along with everything else, because it's just not good. So hopefully our citizens and the families that make up this community can get what they really want, because that's what's really important to me. Amen.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else that would like to speak for or against?
Good evening, everyone.
Evening.
My name is Mebuji Senat, 9048 Riverbend Court. This is my very first time being in this setting. And as a mother, as a nurse, as a member of this community for the past 6 years, as a churchgoer, as a daughter, we just don't want this here in our community. It doesn't serve us any purpose. And I beg to differ with the attorney who said that access has nothing to do with it. Absolutely have everything to do with. If I'm thinking about something and it's available, it's right there. I'm coming from seeking help from a mental health institution, and this is so conveniently located right there. I'm not gonna resist. I'm just gonna walk over and get it. I just don't think this is for us. We don't need it in our community. I pray that Mayor McPherson, you make sure this doesn't happen in our community. Thank you.
Anyone else that would like to speak for or against? I did say that you had an opportunity to answer comments that were brought up, or I guess you could call it a rebuttal, but answer questions, clarify something. And Attorney Drummond, after that, if there's anything you think you need to clarify any further, because I still feel like we're getting off track of what we're voting on here, but.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree, and I'm going to try not to, but I won't be able to resist getting slightly off track. 3 times people said this is all smoke and mirrors, and that's exactly what it is. Tanner has orchestrated this opposition on this purported notice issue. But if you go and listen to the Planning Commission hearing, the gentleman who spoke on behalf of Tanner at the Planning Commission, he didn't complain that they didn't have notice and they didn't know what was going on. He said, we thought the package store was going to face Connors Road and we had no problem with it. This wasn't something secret that was snuck in the middle of the night. Tanner has decided they want to buy this property. They've made that clear. That's not a secret to me. It's not a secret to a lot of people. So they're trying to interfere with this property owner's ability to develop his property in accordance with the law. So they've come up with this notice issue. Your city attorney has said everything we've done has been notified in accordance with law. So now they want you to change the law and somehow block this property owner's rights. You know that's not right. This is simply an issue of how we want to divide this property. The lady from Birch's got up and spoke, and she said, she kept talking about, we don't have a problem with the package store. Everybody said that, but they said, we don't want it here. We don't want it near our churches. We don't want it near our schools. We don't want it near our doctors. We don't want it near our aunts and uncles. And there isn't a place that these people, if you listen to the community.
Hold up.
Yeah, down next to somebody else. But this, again, the city of Villa Rica and the state of Georgia have evaluated the issue and have determined where the appropriate locations are for package stores. They're appropriate in certain zonings if they meet certain requirements. There's no issue that we meet all those. The question here is, would you like to facilitate this property owner's ability to develop this property in a reasoned manner? And I'll go back to Birch's. She said, we don't want to look at a package store. Well, she won't look at a package store the way we propose to develop it, because we're developing it in the front facing Connors, and we're going to put another use in the back. If you force this property owner to develop it in the same place in the front, then you're going to have a field in the back. So they look at the package store, and we're going to have a place for all those miserable drunks that we kept hearing about to sleep behind our package store. The argument is silly. What we want is 4 nice commercial pad sites that are developed in accordance with the law, in accordance with all the rules and regulations. So that's a question for you tonight, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Mr. Drummond, is there any other clarification you think we need to make, whether it's for us or, yes?
I am curious, do we have any documentation about notice being sent?
I don't know.
Oh,
I mean, are you talking, what's required under our ordinance is a sign on the property and notice in the paper. I've verified that took place.
For the liquor store, not for the zoning.
That's right. But tonight, back to the mayor's point though, tonight, that's not an issue. The only issue is whether or not to agree to go from one zoning that allows 1 acre lots or 2.5 acre lots. If there's, we've heard from 2 lawyers tonight on each side of this issue, and I'm sure I'll hear from them both later, depending on what the decision is. They're both smart lawyers. But those are issues to be hashed out later. Tonight, the issue is whether or not to approve the rezoning request.
Right. I think we wouldn't be here talking about this particular situation right now if I have a hard time believing that in 2023 that notice was sent or that everybody was notified correctly or that everybody understood what was happening. Maybe that's the best way of putting it. Maybe the sign was posted, the notice in the paper was posted. Did people have knowledge of the facilities that are at Tanner? I mean, and I guess that's kind of our responsibility to make sure our citizens know exactly what it is that is happening. But I'm getting off topic. People would have shown up. I have a hard time believing that this many people show up to speak tonight and at the planning and zoning meeting last week, and nobody showed up in 2023.
I understand.
I don't know that it would be the same result at this point. I mean, the applicant may have chosen a different location at that point had it been denied back in 2023. That's my point in going in that big long circle. That was my point. And I mean, just real quick, and I'll keep this short and simple, I promise. Just a show of hands, how many, because I've spoken with plenty of constituents regarding this, how many have had family members or them themselves have experienced addiction?
Councilwoman, I don't think we're really supposed to poll the audience.
Yeah. Well, I only
In a meeting.
ask because we've all, not we all, many people have experienced issues, and this is, the location of this is where citizens' concerns are. Clearly, that's what was said tonight.
I would say it's unfortunate in our society and culture that all of us know somebody, whether it's the domestic abuse we talked about earlier, or whether it's abuse of some sort of substance or a eating disorder. And I hate to say that I've been exposed to more of them in extended family and everything that I hope for in my life. But anyway, I tried to refresh my page, but we have this. So we have the cover sheet. Oh, okay. But that's okay. There's a cover sheet here. And I'll entertain a motion.
I just want to say, I just want to set the expectation for everybody here in this room. unless Mr. Fowler, and I've been against Mr. Fowler a few times.
You don't mean you're against him.
Well, we've been opposed against each other. He's a good lawyer, but unless he can find some way to reverse what happened in February 2023, absent that, regardless of how this council votes tonight, whether it's yes or no, the liquor store is going to get built. I just want to set the expectation. So in a year or 2 years from now, when there's a liquor store, you guys aren't looking back at us and saying, well, how did that happen? You guys voted no, presuming that it's not going to pass tonight. I just want to set that expectation for everybody. That's all I have to add.
Yes, Councilman McCoy.
And the reason I remember this is because this was my election. So in addition to being bougie, I'm narcissistic, I guess. Anyway, this is my point with this is I know that since it was my election, it was wards 3, 4, and 5 that were voted. 1 and 2 were not voting, and there was no citywide like a mayoral race. So my point, and I believe I heard someone in the audience, or it might have been Teresa, say that this was like 6% of people voted. And I'm a numbers person. I work numbers all the time. I understand that that's not a lot, but what I want to say is that that this is why voting is so important. This is why, and I know, and I agree with Ms. Warmoth about probably the notice and everything for stuff like this was probably not at the level it should have been. I'm going to agree with that. But you can't say an election, notice of an election is at the place it shouldn't have been. Those are in the papers, and I give the mayor credit. In the first race, she got 13 point something percent, and that, while that is still super low, that's high for a local election that's not something like Atlanta or Savannah. So this is, and as y'all have gotten up there and held us accountable all night tonight, this is why voting is important. This is why you need to go out and vote. If you don't want a liquor store in your community, you should have gone in there and voted. I'm not saying I'm dismissing anybody's voices or anything, but you should have gone up and voted. Now, going back to I shouldn't have said should have. That was a little harsh. Just this, I apologize. It is why voting is so important. And I know we're in an election year and everything, but but it's a national election. Municipal elections are so important because this is the stuff you're voting on. Right. With that, now I'm going to pivot to the task at hand. The liquor store, as Matthew said, the liquor store thing is what it is, and I hate that phrase. It is what it is. It's out there. Whatever happened. If and when it comes back to us, you have been heard. I'm telling you that. And as y'all have talked tonight about transparency, I will say this. I don't care. I don't care how I look with it, and I'm gonna sound awful, but like them all together is kind of tacky to me. And there's something across the street where everything's together and it's just going to look exactly the same. And I know that's superficial and everything, and I just don't want everything to look exactly the same. And that may not be the greatest reason, but that is where my mind is right now. And that is how I feel I'm voting right now. But elections are important, especially municipal ones, and please go out and vote next time.
Okay. I'll make a motion. I'll move to deny the rezoning request made by AUP Enterprises LLC to rezone the 6.09 as parcel located on Connors Road from C2 to C1.
For motion. He made a motion to deny the rezoning from C2 to C1.
I'll second.
All in favor? Any opposed?
Motion passes 4-1.
I may And again.
Motion to deny passes 4-1.
Okay, item. Hang on. Two VA-10-24, two variance requests by Prime Construction. Chief, here's that. Item two, the two variance requests for Prime Construction.
Thank you, Mayor. So the two variances, or VA-10-24, is relation to two variances for the new proposed private development at a 13.11 acre parcel on Villa Trace Road. The first variance is to reduce the front building setback from 35 to 15 feet on Villa Trace Road, specifically for lot 33. The second variance is allowance of lots 39, 41, 43, 49 through 51, and 55 to encroach within the city-regulated impervious stream buffer, totaling of 631 square feet. Now, a little bit of context that goes along with this parcel here. So the subject parcel, again, is 13.11 acres. It is currently zoned MF1, which is medium family low density. It is a undeveloped wooded lot. There's no structures as currently on that lot. There is a creek that actually runs north and it goes down south. And the creek actually lies right in the middle of the parcel. It's right in the middle of the parcel. And approximately this lot is 0.24 miles north of Highway 78. Save some time. Okay. So the proposed development, I'll go ahead and talk about a little bit of things that the applicant actually put on their site plan. So the applicant is actually proposing to construct 67 private single-family homes. The units would be 5,000 square feet. 29 of those townhomes will actually be located near the eastern portion of the parcel, and then 27 of those townhomes will be located, or excuse me, it's actually 28, will actually be located right off of Villa Trace Road. And then addition of 10 townhomes will be constructed near the western portion of the parcel. The applicant is actually proposing to develop a 350 linear foot retaining wall behind lots 39 through 51. This retaining wall will serve to add additional buffer support from that stream that's actually located right in the middle of that parcel. The applicant is actually proposing to develop 20-foot street right-of-ways inside this private development. The applicant is also proposing to add 2,800 square feet of green space, a grill area, and as well as a playground area. Now, this is the conceptual private development site plan that the applicant actually provided for us here. As you can see, the orientation of all these townhomes actually are in packs. So on the top, which is the eastern portion of the parcel, there are actually 29 lots that are actually there. And then on the south, or the bottom, which would be the west portion of the parcel, there are 4 packs of 7 lots, totaling of 28 lots that will actually be on that Villa Trace portion. Now for the variance, the first variance, which is a reduction of the front building setback from 35 feet to 15 feet right off of Villa Trace Road, specifically for lot 33. Inside our section 4.04 lot standards, which requires any multifamily low density MF1 development to adhere to the setback requirements for a local road, which is what Villa Trace is, which is 35 feet. The applicant is actually proposing to deviate from that 35-foot requirement and actually reduce it down to 15 feet. As you all can see inside that light blue box there, that is where that lot 33 is actually located at. It's actually on the corner of their proposed development And since it is a corner lot, they actually do have to follow 2 setbacks. So actually, they have to follow the front setback for inside that private development, as well as for Village Trace Road as well. So that dotted line that's actually on that site plan is recognizing the regulated 35-foot setback. And then that purple line inside that blue box there is the applicant's proposed 15-foot building line. Again, staff actually looked at all the applicant's information, and we actually came up to deny this particular lot to actually be built on within that building line, only because it is not going to be uniform as a whole for that lot. This building, this 33 lot, actually will be a little, I think, 20 feet closer onto Village Trace Road, which will not add formity into this lot as a whole. As well as the applicant actually requesting to have this lot is completely self-imposed. They can actually choose to, if they would like, to actually do away with this lot, and when actually will be requesting for this particular variance, or actually design this in a different location. Now, the second variance is pertaining to allowance of lots 39, 41, 43, 49 through 51, and 55 to encroach within that impervious setback area. A total encroachment of 631 square feet. Just go ahead and make a note. In 2022, a developer actually came in with requested for 2 variances to encroach within that buffer variance area, the impervious buffer setback, for a total of 608 square feet. The city council did vote on to approve that particular encroachment into the impervious setback. This is a relation because any variances that are actually put on a lot is actually tied to that lot essentially forever. So even if that previous developer actually left, which he did, that variance is still tied on to that lot as a whole. Being as that may, the city staff actually recommends for approval for this particular request, only because the city council did actually vote on for that 608 square feet. So essentially, the applicant is actually proposing to request to encroach on that impervious buffer for a total of 23 square feet. The city staff actually recommended for approval because this request is very, very minimal, and for this this lot to actually be built on, there are actually some challenges in topography, which will have that creek actually runs in there. So for us to actually approve this, it will actually be beneficial to build something on this undeveloped lot. Thank you.
So, Mr. Daniels, something like, okay, so this was approved, but it's usually at the staff level. It would predate you. Is this accurate about all those curb cuts coming out of driveway? It's your ward. You might be more familiar with it. All coming out onto Villa Trace from this development.
Well, technically, they're not curb cuts. They're actually in, I think,
Driveways? What do we?
Essentially, Nick, if you can actually help me with this, but the applicant is actually proposing to add these type of curves.
So the curbing there won't be L-back curves. It's not going to be that hard square curb and gutter that you see on most streets. It's going to be rollback curves, which you see more in like the Mirror Lake and subdivision style. So the curbs aren't going to be, they're not going to be cutting them out. There's still going to be driveway entrances and exits, but it's going to be a rollback curve.
And they're going directly onto Villa Trace.
Correct. So it's just not technically a curb cut, right?
Yeah.
Right. That is a concern, with stormwater and things like that. But stormwater will still be retained with the rollback curves.
In comparison to, say, going into a neighborhood and everybody's coming out a particular way, because I was listening to also what the citizens had to say about it, and usually you don't expect the mayor and council to be in the weeds at the design phase. That's where staff would, and I'm leading somewhere on this, of where all that traffic's going to flow.
Right.
And I know you addressed what Georgia Department of Transportation, GDOT, has said about what we need to do down there on 78, because this is absolutely insane. Some of the developments where everything so many vehicles are going to come out one main road onto 78. And maybe we can't change this now. I realize once they do the other things they say they're going to do, but somewhere back here, this should have been caught. It's not you guys' fault. This should have been caught at a staff level that we're funneling too much traffic into one road out there.
Right.
And so, I mean, I'm not going to continue to carry on about that because I don't think there's anything we can do about it at this point. But that needs to be caught at a much closer level to when those guys show up to say what they want to do at a staff level, which is why we hire people in those departments that are supposed to have that expertise to pick up on those things ahead of time. Because usually it won't be us directing traffic, right? Sure. By the time it gets to us. But anyway, so it is accurate then to say that those townhomes will be coming right out on Villa Trace opposite other driveways.
If approved by council and mayor.
Okay. Well,
or the variance. I mean, they still have to go into civil review. You know, they still have to work on their civil plans, do a formal submittal. And so what...
I'm not trying to put you on the
you're
spot. I'm
fine.
going to start looking at Diana in a minute. I'm sorry, Miss DeSanto.
And like I said in the work session, this project was already permitted to be multifamily. So,
Well, and it's better than the multifamily, and it's home ownership compared to the rental apartment. So, I mean,
predates a lot of us.
I'm happy for that aspect. I mean, that's something to be grateful for. Is there anything at the staff level where we can mitigate any of this? I mean, I know eventually we're going to mitigate by the time it hits 78.
Yes, like I said earlier, the development team has been very inclusive. Certainly in the last several months that I've been with the city, the meetings we have, pre-construction TAC meetings, the meetings we have on Mondays to talk about all the different projects, all the different items we have coming forward. The communication among staff in the last 2 months, I think, has been some of the best there's probably been among staff. And I don't want to speak, for everybody who was here before me, but we're doing a better job of working together and communicating with one another and putting everybody at the table that needs to be at the table.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
I think, Mayor, just on your point, I think one of the issues is that we don't really push interparcel connectivity very well. The developments kind of come in when they come in. And, theoretically, we could have asked them to connect this with the neighbor over there, which then would connect over to Leggett. And so you would have to go through multiple different neighborhoods, but then that's where people complain about people cutting through their neighborhood and all that. So we always have to kind of balance the interparcel connectivity promotes the different access points and relieves the pressure all on one road, like you said. But then we also end up with these issues where people are saying, well, the people in that neighborhood are cutting through my neighborhood. I mean,
well, it's going to happen at the high school, too, with people having now 4 ways to go, which keeps the pressure off. And I'll just say, it's probably been 3 or 4 years since I sat down with an expert from George Mason University with the Mercatus Institute, and we pulled up the map of Villa Rica and said part of the problem with traffic flow is that we have these things that go into cul-de-sacs, and then they all come out on the same road. And if you have that connectivity with other options to go, that's why you don't get stuck on 78 when there's 300 cars off of 20. More than that. You actually have another way to get somewhere, and we are addressing some of that now.
Right.
But apparently with these neighborhoods, I don't know, 2 ways out makes a big difference. But, okay. Questions of staff, council? Long day, everybody's going to fall out pretty soon, I'm telling you.
I guess my only question, I'm sorry.
Sean, when you were saying the creek runs right through the neighborhood, yeah, I got it. That the creek runs right through their property. Now, so the apartment's going to be on one side of the creek, or are you going to divide one on one side and the other on the other side?
Yes, ma'am. Essentially, that's what the proposed plan is to be. They're going to have 29 townhomes on one side of the creek and then have the rest of them on the other side of the creek. Well, hence why this parcel's been undeveloped for so long, because of topography issues along with this lot.
So So this side gonna look out their back door and see the creek, and that side gonna look out and see the creek. How's it? I'm not understanding that.
No, ma'am. So there's actually a site plan right here. So the driveways are actually right off of Villa Trace. It's actually on the west hand, on the western part of the parcel, and then the 20-foot proposed street alleys. So essentially, the creek is going to be on the rear side of those single-family attached homes.
I see the creek going through there, but that ain't making no sense to me.
Okay, so I know. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
I know I asked about all those driveways, but ultimately what we've got to decide here right now is whether we're going to approve the variance to encroach within the impervious stream buffer of a total of 631 feet. You thought that was minimal. Staff recommended approval. It doesn't mean we have to, but that was a recommendation. And then the other thing we have to address is it has a motion to deny, but either approve or deny the variance to reduce the 35-foot front setback, and it would affect Lot 33.
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Yes, ma'am.
Those are the two things we have to decide, so as much as we may like or not like some other things, that's all we're making a decision on.
it didn't go to
Yep,
PNC.
okay.
Mayor,
Any
could I have
other
just a question for staff?
Yeah.
So I think we talked about this during the work session, Sean, but I mean, again, I just want to reiterate, if the council rejects both of the variance requests, then essentially we've reduced the available lots they're going to build from, I think it's 67 to 62 or 61,
Yes, sir.
right? So it's not we're not being asked today to approve or deny this development as a whole. It's just on these variances, which I think was the point the mayor was trying to make. But it's true, correct?
That's correct, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If I can say something, let's not forget this. Legally, they are approved for multifamily. They could revert back to rental apartments. So just keep that in mind, that what we're getting here with home ownership in townhouses is better than the multifamily apartments. That's not to say whether to vote yes on this, but they have the ability to go back to that. I kind of doubt if they would based on one unit, with that one variance, that's not a break deal. If we knocked out about 10 of their units, they might go, well, we're not going to make enough money. We're going back to apartments. I don't really, but hopefully at a staff level, y'all can feel that out and maybe work toward traffic and try to make it more amenable for the neighbors that live there. I'm so sorry. I know we can't do that in the middle of the meeting, but we will. We'll do a public hearing. We can't do questions right now, but if you're ready, we're going to move into a public hearing before people start falling out. Okay. Right, so is the applicant here? Okay. Looking right at you. Staff, would you like to come up, I hope I wasn't wrong.
No, ma'am. Yeah, you're exactly right. So I'm actually not the property owner. I'm the proposed developer. If this variance does not get approved, I'm absolutely going to be withdrawing my bid, and Rich Cole is going to be building 108 apartments. Guarantee it.
Which variance are you talking about? There's two different variances.
Probably both, but definitely if you do that little 23-foot, which is about the size of that podium right there, the 23 additional foot is what we're looking for. And the reason we're doing that is to put protections in for that creek. These properties are actually going to have 150 feet of solid woods in between them, and I want a quality development. I'm not interested in having woods taken down and things like that. I want these people to have private backyards. So that's the purpose of doing it this way and not the way that we actually have a land disturbance permit that is approved. Rich Cole can start and build 108 apartments tomorrow. Nobody can stop it. It's there. It's approved. He has construction plans. We're trying to do something much better for the area. I've lived in Douglas County my entire life, for all 47 years. We do quality developments. That's what we're trying to do. These are your two options.
Well, even before it was you, I didn't particularly have a problem with that, because some of it had to do with protecting the backyards. We were told that topography from previous staff as well, that it was difficult to develop back
Yes,
there. You
ma'am.
had a retaining wall, and the people actually had a backyard. And I think that's probably why staff has recommended that. I remember that from a couple of years ago.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, no, he already has that. He has his retaining wall built. We're asking for 23, literally 23 additional square foot. That's
Yeah.
it. So he has that. He'll build it. He'll build his town. As a matter of fact, he's getting frustrated with this whole thing. He's kind of wanting to pull out the deal and build the apartments now because this is taking so long. We've redesigned this thing 4 different times off of staff's recommendation to make sure that we were, everybody was happy and we did exactly what you guys want. But
Okay,
now we're 8
staff
months in.
didn't recommend, they recommended approval on 23
They
feet.
actually, that design right there, staff recommended we do it just like the way it is.
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
but it was the other one that they don't like, the
That one lot on the
setback.
corner.
The setback,
Yeah.
that's the one they had a problem with.
Yes, sir. The design as is was off of all staff's recommendations.
Any other questions for the applicant, developer?
I guess my only question, and I know it's not 100% on topic, but I mean, and I know you said it was based on staff's recommendations, but was there any version of it that potentially maybe lessened the amount of driveways on Villa Trace Road?
There was, yes, sir.
Okay. I mean, would that still be in a feasible plan had staff not?
So we had a parkway going out behind it, behind each one of those units, but staff wanted it done this way.
Okay.
And the reason I like that is because it keeps more buffer. It keeps all those trees, like I said, 150 foot wide, 75 on both sides of that creek. It actually keeps all those trees that protects that creek that runs down the middle of it. So that's the reason I was like, yeah, that makes sense. I like that. I like having all that backyard. It's a private backyard for all those people that will live in those townhomes.
So basically, the way it is now, instead of you prefer this way instead of the parkway idea that
It made sense once staff told me their thoughts behind it. Yes, sir.
But if you went with that parkway idea, we'll call it that. I mean, would you still need the variances that you have to request today, or
We will, yes, sir. And that's
Okay.
only for the other side of the creek, and
Right.
that's specifically to protect that creek.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions for the applicant before we have a public hearing? Okay. Is there anyone here that would like to speak for or against these variance requests?
Just add a couple of words. Alex Vaughton from Temple, Georgia, 106 Arborwood Way. I'm the engineer who's working with the developer on this
Alex,
project.
and you're from Temple, and you're the?
Engineer.
Got it. You
Who's
were here
working with the
before.
developer,
Mhm.
yes. And Sean is right. This is a challenging piece of property. The topography, the creeks, and everything. So we've done the best we can to utilize the zoning as it is. Like Trey said, it's zoned multifamily. You can put 108 units on it with the density that's allowed for this development. So we have been working with staff a lot, and it's been really good. Just being able to sit down with staff and brainstorm and go back and forth and really ask the city what they want with this. And so we've drawn it several different ways to make sure we're trying to work with the city to make sure it's what the city wants. The city has definitely made it clear that they're excited that it's less dense. Like Trey said, we drew it one way where, as Matt had mentioned, we drew it one way where there was a road behind, and then city was concerned that parking was going to be a problem on Villa Trace with that, because people aren't going to drive behind and they're just going to park on the road because the front door is 10 feet off the road. And so the city was trying to protect Villa Trace Road and the residents that live there. So we listened to them and we flipped it around. So we've been trying to work with the city and just making sure the design complies with what the city wants.
Thank you. Anyone that would like to speak for or against the variances with this development?
So I don't live around that area, but I am.
And my name is?
Oh, Peg Taylor, 2120 Osprey Cove. So I actually work next to Trey, and he's an excellent developer. So I recommend that he gets his variances.
I say that to four. For or against the variances with this development? Yes.
We live in, as I've already told you, we live in Villa Trace. We live on Villa Trace, and we're the ones that are going to be affected by it, not the city, not anybody here.
I don't mean to interrupt, but this is a little different. So this is a record. So you've already said your name once before, but can you say your name and address again? Because this is part of the public record for this
Jennifer
item.
Awalt, 301 Villa
I
Trace.
let you slide on that. Sorry, it's getting late.
Villa Rica, Georgia.
Picked up
Nobody in our neighborhood had anything to do with this, had any knowledge of any of this. I mean, I guess the people that make the decisions all did, but nobody consulted the people in the neighborhood. Now, obviously, it's a done deal, so there's nothing we can do about it. But I did not understand what he was saying about flipping them around, because it clearly shows that they'll be right on the street. Their driveway will be right on our street, and they'll be parking on our street because their driveways aren't big enough for more than one car. It's a one-car garage, is that correct? Two-car garage? They'll still be on Villa Trace. We've lived in the neighborhood long enough to know that. Also, these we already have 100 and something are already going up. I mean, we have that many people in Villa Rica that want townhomes. We've already got 100, and well, there'll be over 200 when they're finished. Are they already sold? Are we still waiting for another 67 to be sold? Are people in line to get these? And what makes you think they're not going to be rented out after 2 or 3 years? I mean, maybe there'll be home ownership, but what's going to stop them from being rented out in a couple of years? And it'll all be just like an apartment. If they want to build apartments, let them build apartments. There are already apartments everywhere, so I doubt that they could rent all those out either. But we didn't know anything about this. The neighborhood is very upset. They were upset that they had no say in any of this. And again, like somebody mentioned earlier, nobody on the street knew except those 7 houses that face it. When we went around the neighborhood talking to them, they said, well, we didn't know about this. Why didn't somebody tell the whole neighborhood so we could all have had some input? And the letter referred to the map, but there was no map with the letter, so we had to we came to see Matthew, and he at least gave us some information and made us a map so we could carry that around to show it to some of the neighbors and the people in the neighborhood. But this was all new to us. We're not happy about it, as you can obviously tell, because you probably wouldn't be if it came into your neighborhood either. But nobody cares about that. It's about the money and making more money and et cetera, et cetera. But I don't see how this could improve the neighborhood. We already have schools that are overflowing, and we're right there at the high school. People walk to school. The more people you crowd in there, the harder it's going to be. That's it.
Anyone that would like to speak for or against these variances?
Emmanuel Mincy, 259 South Carroll Road, Rica, Georgia, 30180.
I think the mic just went off.
There we go. Emmanuel Mincy, 259 South Carroll Road, Villa Rica, Georgia, 30180. Personally, I'm for it just because of the amount of work that they put in trying to adhere to what staff has already kind of gone back and forth with them on. But I also enjoy the fact that they put so much work into trying to protect the creek itself. Whereas with the apartment complex that which is what our alternative option would be, doesn't seem like there's as much attention to the natural aspect, nature preserve, that area over there. So yeah, that's all I got to say about that.
Thank you,
I'll leave
sir.
the mic on, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Bill Awalt at 301 Villa Trace, Villa Rica, Georgia. Not to beat a dead horse, but the thing that we really object about is the driveways coming into sharing the same road is what our neighborhood has had all these years. We put up with so much nonsense with this road. They rebuilt that road this summer. Just a dust storm out there. Years, at least 3 or 4 years of having large plates put over the manhole covers and driving over that nonsense. But that road was for our neighborhood. And now we're going to be sharing our road with our new neighbors, okay? My problem is people be backing out into traffic. Now, the driveway might be 20 foot wide, okay? But still, my driveway is about 20 foot wide. I can't turn around in mine and come out front ways. I have to back on out, and that's why I'm saying it's a safety hazard there. You've got about 18 to 20 houses below me. Of course, you got people that get on into that come in off of 78. It says it's a dead end street there, but we get so many people, trucks and whatnot that come down there. They're lost. And once you get in, there's only one way back out. It's come back around the same way.
I did
It's
it
just-
on Sunday, but it wasn't in a truck.
Well,
But I know what you mean. You
yes,
get down there,
yes.
you got
And-
one
and
way to
that's
get
my
out, you
main
got to back
complaint
out.
there. My main complaint now, like I said, it's probably a done deal. And if they're going to put apartments out there, well, so be it. But I pray they don't have their driveway coming out on the road. And, you know, the apartments up there that are up on top, they don't rent those out anyway. They're not completely full. They haven't been completely full for years. But that's neither here nor there. They have the right to build it if they want to build that over there. My main complaint is people going to have to drive in, back out into that road. It's a safety hazard, changes character of our whole neighborhood. That's all I got to say. And it's just one way in and one way out of Carol Vista.
If there's no one else to speak, I'll revert back to the council for a motion. I have to find the page again. I mean, I've got it, but I can't make a motion.
Okay, I'll take one of the motions, the setback motion. I'll move to deny Prime Construction's variance request to reduce the 35-foot front setback for Lot 33 to 15 foot.
I'll second that motion. That was the first one for the lot 35.
The 631 square feet.
Two of them. He's doing the first one.
Oh, I'm
first one,
sorry.
correct.
Did you go down to the second one? Okay, okay, that's what, okay, so you made a motion to deny the 35-foot front setback. Got it, okay. We have a motion?
I second it, yeah.
Okay. Any discussion? All in favor? Any opposed?
Motion to deny is unanimous.
Okay, we have another motion to be made on the first one there above that one, having to do with the buffer.
I know. All right. I gotta find it, I'm sorry. All right.
Got it?
He got it.
I got it.
You got it?
He got
Yep.
it.
Go ahead.
Okay, I'll make a motion to approve the variance request by Prime Construction to encroach within the previous stream buffer by 631 square feet.
Any discussion, even though I really don't want you to have any more discussion?
And I just, for the record.
Go ahead,
it's-
sorry.
And I just want to say, I mean, for the record, it's 631 feet total, but it's only an additional 23 feet from what they've already been approved,
Okay.
right? Can we,
That's
I just
correct.
make that clear in the record?
For clearance purposes.
Okay, all in favor? Another? I thought, well, you were the second.
I went to discussion, so I guess I skipped the second part.
Okay, we have a motion?
I'll second it.
Now we have a motion second to approve, yeah. This one.
All in favor? Any opposed? All right, thank you.
Approval 4-1.
Okay, item 3, ABL-06-24BSB, VR LLC, doing business as Bell Street Burritos. And I'm trying to remember to have y'all introduce. At this point, I'm trying, but I know y'all are trying to remember as well, so.
Evening, Mayor and council members. Nina Shabazz, Community Development Director. I'm here tonight on behalf of Whitney Cox, our licensing specialist, to present to you an application for BSB VR LLC, doing business as Bell Street Burritos, to pour malt beverages and wine at the business location of 660 West Bankhead Highway, Suite F, Villa Rica, Georgia, 30180. The applicant is requesting a pouring license. They have complied with the ordinance with regard to the legal notification requirements and have successfully passed the background check conducted by the Villa Rica Police Department. Also, there are no location zoning restrictions that would hinder the issuance of the license. The business is currently operating as a restaurant and holds a valid City of Villa Rica occupational tax permit. Staff recommends approval.
Are you finished? Any questions for staff? The applicant is here. Would you like to share any information? You have the opportunity to if you'd like to. Or answer any questions. Okay. After sitting here all this time.
Raise the mic
Right. How y'all doing? My name's Ben Edson. I'm 1688 Hickory Level Road in Villa Rica. I've lived here for 43 years, my whole life. We opened this restaurant, Bell Street Burritos, back in April of this year. And besides serving excellent burritos, we've had customers come in and ask to have a beer with their burrito. So we're trying to honor that request and would like the permission to be able to serve a beer to our guests. That's about all I got. So.
Okay. Any questions from council? You're off easy.
All right.
Wait a second.
Sorry.
I should have said going
I
once,
do want to
going
make
twice.
a comment, and it's mostly because I was texting my friend that y'all are going to have beer and wine. And so I just wanted to say that this sets y'all apart from like Moe's, and I'm going to mispronounce Chipotle. My daughters get on to me for it. But anyway, I think that's a good idea to set yourself apart. So I just wanted to say that.
Thank you. I
Congratulations.
appreciate that. And hopefully just the customer service that you'll experience and the quality of the product and everything will also add to that as well.
And listening to your customers. I
And
think
everyone's been so supportive so far. It's been amazing so far, honestly.
I can attest to the quality. Thank you very much. If there's no more questions for staff, I'll entertain a motion.
Mayor.
Oh, I'm sorry. Need to do a public hearing and, yeah.
And then also, I think usually Mr. Drummond reads the statement or makes the statement to the applicant.
Depends on the vote, too. Well, I can do it now. Assuming if staff approves, or I'm sorry, if council approves the license, the city does take the sale of alcohol very seriously, and the sale of alcohol to minors. So the police department will send undercover officers that are not of legal age and attempt to purchase alcohol from the various businesses within the city. If you sell to a minor, you can look at your license being revoked, as well as possible criminal actions taken. So we take that serious. We'd ask for your commitment to police that on your own, so it doesn't become an issue in your establishment, that you do not sell to minors, that you take carding serious. If someone looks younger than me, you need to card them.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. We accept that responsibility.
Okay.
That's our scared straight speech. When it comes to alcohol. But anyway, thank you. Yes, you're done. You're released. Anyone wish to speak for or against this item to allow, I believe it's just beer and wine. Yes? Just, okay. I can attest to the quality of the food.
Christy Chastain, 239 Berkeley Drive. So I think you should grant them this license since they have opened. I don't eat there a lot because it's a little expensive. But it is it is the best shrimp quesadilla I have had in years. Thank you. So this is one of my favorite establishments that have come to the city in recent years. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Watch for the coupons. Anyone else wish to speak for or against? Going once, going twice?
Peg Taylor, 2120 Osprey Cove. I kind of was wondering, is it like a pour, or do they buy a bottle of beer or a can of beer? I was just curious. Or is... Okay, thank you. I'm for it, because their burritos are great.
Going to close the public comment and revert back to the council for a motion.
Okay, I'll make a motion. I'll make a motion to approve the alcohol license application for BSB VR, LLC, or Bell Street Burrito, located at 660 West Bankhead Highway, Suite F, Villa Rica, Georgia.
I'll second.
All in favor? Any opposed? Sorry, I know,
passes
I know
4 to
I'm
1.
supposed to ask for any
I just
discussion,
don't
but I'm
think
just feeling like we've discussed it to death. Okay. All right. Did you announce the,
Motion passes 4 to 1.
okay. All righty. Oh, Public Works, that's the one we tabled. Okay. Yep. Finance, unless you want to handle Public Works.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry.
It's still showing up on mine, but.
Oh, it's
Yeah, we
tabled?
tabled it. It's,
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's still here because we
Sorry.
tabled
You wanna
it
take
here
mine?
in this meeting. I have it on here, but not on there. Okay. Yes,
Okay.
it's truly finance. You do not have to handle Public Works.
Okay, good deal. This is the financial update as of August 2024. Our total cash is up 70%, 48 million compared to 28 million, with 52% being an increase in the general fund, sitting at 10 million. Water and sewer having a 27% increase at 7.4. We have solid waste and sanitation at 370,000. We still have the Eastside TAD bond proceeds sitting at around 10 million, and the debt service sitting at 1 million. Both our 2015 and 2016 Carroll and Douglas Splost are dwindling down because of the new 2021 and 2022 Carroll and Douglas Splost are increasing each month. For residential permits and taps through August, year-to-date, 216 building permits, totaling $445,000, 146 water taps, and 136 sewer taps. Local option sales tax, don't be alarmed by the decrease because I have a note down there to explain why there's a decrease compared to the same time period last year. Last year, Georgia Department of Revenue had a software correction within their IT department. And so we actually received $69,000 additional in Carroll County for last year and $13,000 additional in Douglas County local option sales tax last year. And that was a cumulative, when they found the software error, that they gave it to us in a lump sum, and they happened to give it to us in the month of August. So it really wasn't based on August local option sales tax or really for July, but it was due to the software collection. So when you back those two numbers out, we are really to the good,
Okay.
to the positive. And we've already received what we received for September, and it's back positive again. As you know, we have business activity, our enterprise fund of water and sewer. We've 10.7 million in revenue through the August of 2024 and 10.3, almost 10.4 million in expenses. So through the month of August, which is the second to last month of our fiscal year, we're at a net income of $332,000. For our sanitation and solid waste enterprise fund, we've collected $1.6 million in revenue. We have $1.5 million in expenses, so we're sitting at net income of $127,000. Last but not least, our self-funded insurance. We have a bank balance or cash in the bank of $1.6 million. And even though we had a pretty rough January through March of 2024, a loss of $104,000, you can see that through August, for the whole fiscal year through August, we've only had a loss of $8,983. And that is it.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Holman? Thank you for covering everything. Mr. Rees cannot be here. His wife is extremely ill, and appreciate you. You're very capable of taking this on, but thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you. Diana DeSanto, Deputy City Manager. Tonight I'm presenting the acceptance of the Norfolk Southern Thriving Communities Grant. This is a $50,000 grant that we received notification of award on September 18th this year. The City of Villa Rica is proud to be a 2024 recipient of the Norfolk Southern's Thriving Communities Grant. This $50,000 award will be used for the future park development in the Cleghorn Street, Anderson Road community. There is no match associated with this grant, and we thank Norfolk Southern for investing in our community. The grant is part of 2 community programs that was launched by Norfolk Southern in 2023. The Safety First Grant Program, which seeks to advance safety organizations and initiatives, in which we received funding last year for a police vehicle, and the Thriving Communities Grant Program, which aims to promote economic opportunity, support vibrant community life, and provide equal access to basic necessities. Award recipients are selected annually from across the railroad's 22-state network. And the staff recommendation this evening is the acceptance of the Norfolk Southern Thriving Communities Grant for the Cleghorn Street, Anderson Road Community Park.
So I'm going to ask the same thing I did during the work session, because unlike something from Norfolk Southern or railroad or private company, usually the grants a lot of times we're dealing with have to do with government, federal government, and my question usually is, are there any strings attached, right? Because we have that going on with the bypass. So is there anything else we have to give back? You said no match, so I know we don't have to add money to it, like, hey, they'll give us 30%, but we got to cover 20. Are there any strings attached to this that we have to do something else to receive this grant?
No, there were 2 reporting requirements. One will be completed by the finance department, and it's a tax form that they will file and submit on our behalf. The other is a reporting requirement within 180 days of receipt of the funds. Should we not be in a position at that time to report advancement and use of the funds, we would simply report that progress is still ongoing. We would not be eligible for another grant until we've reported progress on this grant.
Okay, so we have to do a report that has to do with it's a tax report.
Correct.
And then the second report is basically to tell them what we're doing with the grant at that time, where our progress is.
That is correct.
Okay.
And
questions from council?
Clarification, like I asked today, this grant is not for no land acquisition. It's just for doing the park.
It is specific to the park playground basketball
Yeah,
goals. That's correct. That's correct. It is not for land acquisition. It cannot be used for any staff salaries. It is specific to what was written in the grant, which was for the park development, the playground, the basketball court with goals.
And they have been looking at some spaces. You know, there have been sections that we don't have anywhere to do it, but there have been some spaces looked at for this.
That's correct. There are 2 specific spaces, one in which the city currently owns that's being looked at.
And this will go into the records as what they say. You got it in right. This is what we talking about tonight.
Correct,
We'll go
correct.
in
That
writing.
this grant is specific for the playground development in the Cleghorn Street, Anderson Road Community Park for the development of the playground.
So it definitely has to be for the park.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
Out of curiosity, I just kind of noticed this, but everybody was talking about transparency tonight. Why isn't the grant contract included in here? Has it not, or have y'all not received it yet because it's not fully executed?
It is essentially an award letter. I apologize that it's not a part of the background of this, but it essentially came with an email saying that notification of receipt with a press release that could be issued. Essentially with letting everybody know Norfolk Southern has done this on our behalf, thank you. But it's not anything that requires signature. It is simply just an email notice of award.
Okay, but still in the future, if we can include that with something like this, that'd be great.
Yes.
I just want to clarify to what Ms. Marchman had said, just to make sure that we are adding to the minutes that this grant is specifically for the Cleghorn Anderson Community Park. Right, but just to make sure that that's put into the meeting minutes, and then that way it is put into writing for, if it's documented for.
If we want to amend the motion to specifically say the Cleghorn Street, Anderson Road Park.
Okay. Sounds good. Shirley, would you like
Any
to
other
make a motion?
questions? I'll entertain a motion.
That we accept this grant from Norfolk to be used, that we accept this to be used specifically for the park of Cleveland and Anderson. That's the motion.
In the amount of $50,000. In the amount of $50,000.
Oh, okay, in the amount of $50,000.
We have a motion.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor? Any opposed?
That is unanimous.
Okay. Do we have a city manager report? Okay. No, there's no public hearing. It's just a vote. Are we waiting?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm waiting for the
sorry.
presentation.
Okay,
to
I
load.
wanted to make sure I wasn't holding something
No,
up.
I
Yeah.
apologize for that. Sorry, it was just taking a quick second to load. Just want to start the presentation tonight. I've worked in government for about 20 years now, both at a county level and a municipal level, and this is the first meeting that I've ever attended that this many additional chairs have been pulled out, and I just really appreciate the community for coming out tonight for whatever they wanted to discuss. I love community engagement, and I really appreciate the community for coming out. Wanted to provide an update that essentially gave an update by department, completed, ongoing, and future. And I'd like this to be a report that we build on moving forward so that there's better communication among city staff, administration, our elected, and transparency with the community. Starting off, with administration, and just for everyone in the audience, when we kind of group teams, it's just for simplicity. There are several departments that make up administration. So in this case, it's mayor, council, city manager, city clerk, finance, IT, and HR as well. So just some updates since our last meeting of items that have been completed. We had our annual employee appreciation last week. It was a wonderful event. Appreciate the elected that were able to make it out, and thank you to the team, the leadership team, for serving and everyone who was able to attend. The wage and classification study implementation, as well as the budget adoption, was completed at our last meeting, as well as the completion of our open enrollment for our new benefits year. Some ongoing things we have in our administration is the Mirror Lake Boulevard left-hand turn lane design, which was approved this evening. Laserfish training and implementation. Laserfish is our document management system, and we are working as a team to have a space where we can share documents and create workflow in a paperless environment. This is creating efficiencies and document sharing among all of our teams. We are also working with grant applications and sponsorship requests. This is specific to the Cleghorn Street Anderson Road Community Park. Well aware that the future park development will be in excess of $50,000. We are working with a fundraising coach to help support these efforts, looking at corporate sponsorships as well as other grant opportunities. And we're working on our website redesign and migration. Some future upcoming projects, our GIC retreat, which is our, I'm so sorry, it's late this evening.
Georgia Initiative for Community
Thank you,
Housing.
Thank you, committee members, for helping me. I appreciate that. We'll be in Athens next week sharing some exciting things we have coming forward. Our finance team is working on the end-of-year fiscal audit. We've, again, continued to work on the Cleghorn Street Park with Playground. Our Safe Streets for All planning RFP, we are very, very close to our final grant agreement with the Federal Highway, and we are looking to go to RFP for planning for our safety action plan very soon, as well as benefit broker services. For our development services, we're including building, community, and economic development type services. Completed since over the course of the last year, we've had over 1,400 permits totaling over $1.1 million. Tonight, we were able to approve our citywide pest control services RFP and award that bid. Hickory Level Townhomes issued their final COs, and their clubhouse is complete. And the Fellowship Hall renovations are complete, with a ribbon cutting coming very soon, hopefully by the end of the month. Ongoing, we're working on additional planning and zoning training. We're looking at Code of Ordinance text amendments. We are in the process of working with HR and hiring a part-time code enforcement officer as approved in the fiscal year 2025 budget. We're continuing to work on our WIC building modifications and improvements. The Dorsey Apartments, upcoming walkthroughs on landscaping, as well as final building walkthroughs, looking, I believe, beginning of December will be finished. And Emory Townhomes, we've got 2 model units open. In the future, I just listed some developments that we have. We'll kind of do a focus back and forth between residential and commercial. So for tonight, just kind of keeping on the forefront of your minds, Rivershire Townhomes, Walton Apartments Phase 2, Flournoy A and B land disturbance permit issued. That was the report you received earlier this evening that was listed as Fuquay. So that is the townhomes as well as the apartments. Arpit has their timbering permit issued. So if you receive, any phone calls or questions, just past the roundabout down 61. If you see any trees coming down, that is their timbering permit, was issued. Gordon Street Apartments, still kind of in the civil design review, and in the future we'll be looking at Golden Girls. Parks and Recreation, so in order to kind of combine all the services that we do, both Parks and Recreation as well as our other community resources, we included athletic events and senior services, as well as our library, Main Street, Pine Mountain Gold Museum, and tourism. So some items completed, and there were so many. They offer so many great items for our community. I tried to just list a few. We had an excellent 9/11 remembrance ceremony. Their Power Wheels Challenge was quite successful. They had a senior fall camp, and party under the pavilion. Gold Rush Concert, Festival, and Parade. Mother-son camo camp out, and a 5K kickoff 100-mile challenge. Some ongoing items include football, cheer, volleyball, soccer, baseball, and softball seasons all underway. Again, the 100-mile challenge going on this month. The Pine Mountain Gold Museum Ghost Train began last Thursday and runs Thursday, Fridays, and Saturdays through October 31st. We are currently also having basketball registration, and our Main Street Scarecrow contest is underway. For the future, tonight was the football and cheer makeup homecoming celebration. Tomorrow is our leadership luncheon. Fall break camps are coming next week, the 14th through the 18th. The Thrill at the Mill and Zombie Run is October 26th. Other projects include Gold Dust Park improvements, looking at repaving the tennis courts to pickleball courts, and breakfast and lunch with Santa will be December 14th at the Civic Center. Public safety, here we're looking at patrol, criminal investigations unit, and command staff. We also included an update from animal control. One thing I want to say real quick before I advance slide about public safety, I know the chief, first of all, it's his birthday, and I'm just thankful that he wanted to spend it all with us today. And secondly, he gave a great report on some statistics from his team earlier, and it was just really great to hear the staffing levels that they've seen, how many certified officers they have, the fact that they haven't had to send any officers to the academy this year, and how well staffed we are. That is an amazing benefit that our team has. Completed, 6 new patrol and CID cars were purchased and are currently awaiting outfitting. Our new red dot sights have been ordered. Once received, all officers will receive additional training and range time prior to deployment. Ongoing, Citizen Police Academy. This 10-week course will wrap up with a graduation on Thursday. And in our FY 2025 budget, we include 2 additional patrol officers. So we are working on those recruitment efforts. This is not replacing, this is in addition to our team. And training and equipment for a critical response unit. Training will be split among 2 sets of 8 officers to take place twice this year. And in the future, again, just a reminder, I think he gave this earlier in his report as well, beginning in January of 2025, all new officers' training hours will increase from 11 weeks to 21 weeks. And these are newly going into, so newly certified officers. And they are also looking at our current PTV, Personal Transportation Vehicle Ordinance, and I believe that was a request of council to kind of take a look at that, and we'll be coming forward with recommendations in the future. Wanted to give some updates as well on the animal control side. I believe there was a question about how many cases we're currently working. The way the information was received by each county was different, so I apologize. They look different, but I did want to provide the information the way it was received. So Carroll County tracks it, incident, investigation, and then total of each, whereas Douglas County just provides the total cases. So it was a nice reach out to each team, and they did provide the information in a timely manner. Oh, I'm sorry.
What is the time that's covered? I'm looking up here. Is
Jan-
that all the cases for 2024 from
January
Douglas
1,
County?
That's correct. January 1 through October the 7th.
And how much are we paying for that service again? Just a little reminder.
Just roughly, yeah.
Okay.
That is just Villa Rica cases. That is correct.
What we
yes.
pay for the service for that.
For our Public Works team, we have fleet, grounds, the sign shop, solid waste, streets, and stormwater. Some completed items include Parkway Circle drainage improvement, Gold Dust Park drainage improvement, Maple Valley Cross drain replacement, received our EPD completed 2023 MS4 Phase 2 compliance inspection. Also, our stormwater manager recently completed his MS4 CECI certification, and he is no longer interim, and he has received stormwater management titling. All of our teams, I have it under this slide, but so many of our teams work together on our hurricane Helene preparation. I just can't thank them all enough for their efforts during that time and the communication they had with administration throughout that time, as well as everyone coming together in their support of the Gold Dust Parade and festival preparation. Ongoing, they're continuing to work on the 2024 paving schedule. Right now, we're scheduled to resume on October 14th, and they are scheduling to resume with 2 crews planning to assist moving forward. Main Street drainage project curb and gutter. Drains have been added. It's approximately 75% complete. Downtown parking lot, you can see in the picture, I wish I'd gotten one today. It's a little bit more complete, but they brought and spread over 45 loads of dirt, so we're making a lot of headway with the new parking lot in the downtown. And Connors Road path, looking to backfill dirt and sod in the next week or so, weather dependent. And future, we've put out some different information. Want to make everyone aware of our annual citywide cleanup. It will run 2 weeks, beginning next Monday, the 14th, and running through the 25th. More information will be made available on our website as well as on Facebook. Paving for the paving RFP, we're working on development for that for the downtown parking lot, and our fleet maintenance team is working on the vehicle purchases that were approved in our FY 2025 budget. For our utilities team, this includes water, wastewater, and distribution, some completed projects. John gave an excellent report earlier today detailing his lead and copper service line inventory that they've been working on this year, and we'll have that submitted by the end of the week. Annual materials inventory for city audit, that's a end of year count for valuation purposes. New pump installed at the raw water pump station, installed generator at Hickory level water pump station. Again, this was to help with hurricane preparation. Did some Georgia EPD site inspections. And as far as just an example of weekly, they do service line repairs, utility locates, water production of 1.2 to 1.5 million gallons per day, as well as wastewater treatment of 1.5 to 1.6 million gallons per day. Some ongoing projects include shoreline force main, Cleghorn lift station, surveys about unidentified galvanized pipes. I believe he mentioned earlier about that 30-day turnaround requirement once it's been submitted to notify. Coordinating new contracts for water purchases with both Douglas County Water Authority, since we were able to approve Carroll counties this evening. Continued, again, utility locates, service line repairs, and production of water and wastewater. In the future, some items that we are working on are to achieve the Water First designation renewal, to renew our water plant operations permit, and develop ordinance changes that align with the Metropolitan North Georgia Water Planning District. Thank you.
That had to take some effort putting all that data together in a PowerPoint. Thank you, Ms. DeSanto. Standing ovation. All righty, we are going to be moving into executive session. Mr. Drummond, would you explain the purpose for the session?
All right, there's two purposes. We would need a motion to enter into executive session for the purpose of discussing possible future acquisition of real estate, and also for discussing to deliberate upon the appointment, employment, compensation, hiring, disciplinary action, or dismissal, or periodic evaluation or rating of a public officer or employee.
So do I have a motion to leave regular
I'll make that
session and
motion.
move into executive session?
Yes.
I think that was second. Any discussion? All in favor? Any opposed?
I will make a motion that we return to regular session.
Second.
And just for the record, we had an executive session for the two subjects that I announced in the motion to go into executive session. We did not take any official action with regard to the real estate section. We took an informal, after a long discussion, I believe we didn't take any official action as far as employments, but I think there will be a motion at this point to extend a contract to the current deputy city manager to be the interim. I don't know, did I say that right? It's 11 o'clock at night. The current deputy city manager to make her the interim city manager effective November 1st.
Okay, I'm going to make that motion.
Second.
All in favor? Any opposed? And that's a 6-month agreement.
Second.
That is.